This program contains graphic violence and sexual content. Viewer discretion is advised. Fame. It can transform a small-town dreamer into a superstar. Some people make it, and others die trying, their dreams interrupted. One young woman from Maryland strives to someday see her name in lights.
So she was the kind of girl that she got whatever she wanted in life.
She gives up success in the boardroom to try to be a star, first as a Vegas showgirl.
My sister was about to do this huge performance that she was so excited about.
Then, hopefully, as a Hollywood legend.
This was a stepping stone for her to do something bigger. She definitely wanted to go into movies.
But in leaving her hometown life behind, she finds danger.
These are gorgeous women. They're gonna have stalkers, crazy people on them all the time.
She suddenly vanishes.
No credit card usage, no cell phone usage, no social media. She was gone.
A crime scene straight out of an episode of Dexter.
Doesn't even seem human to me. Only an animal does something like that.
God knows she could have been in Hollywood by now.
For aspiring stars like Debbie Flores Narvaez, sometimes the pursuit of fame kills. Las Vegas. It's easy to get sucked into the glitz and glam of Sin City. After all, it's a place where everyone is betting they'll be the one to beat the odds and hit it big. 31-year-old Debbie Flores Narvaez is going all in on her dreams of becoming a megastar.
Debbie was a beautiful girl, very talented. She was a very social person. Wherever she went, people loved her.
The Latina bombshell gave up a career in law to begin an entertainment career here.
Debbie always had big goals in everything she did in life. She wanted to become an attorney, and she did. She wanted to become a dancer, and she did.
But Vegas isn't her final goal. Hollywood's calling her name.
She definitely wanted to do something better, possibly go into movies. I think her ultimate goal was probably LA in the end.
In 2010, she's a dancer in Fantasy, a sizzling review called the Strip's hottest tease.
When she would dance, you couldn't help but just to watch her. It was just a joy to watch her. That was Debbie. That was her way of captivating you.
She started as a backup, but is about to get her first lead role.
As a dancer, she wanted to become the best dancer in Las Vegas. She wanted to be in music videos. She wanted to be all over.
For Debbie, it's like a scene right out of the movie Showgirls. This promotion is her next big step.
The lady that was in charge of the girls, she's like, oh my God, who is this girl? We need to have her, and she needs to be the main dancer of this show.
She leaves afternoon rehearsal to get some rest before the next one in 6 hours. Then, tomorrow she'll take the stage as a lead dancer alongside hip-hop star Cisco. The press event will be Debbie's moment in the spotlight.
And the next day was going to be the grand red carpet event.
She just seemed happy and kind of glowing and excited about her career and how far she'd came since she got to Vegas.
But that evening, she doesn't show. She's never missed a rehearsal and wouldn't miss one only days before her solo debut. Friends call her cell, but get no answer.
Debbie's friends and family started getting very concerned because she wasn't picking up the phone.
No idea where you are, but you're missing practice. Give me a call when you get this.
She loved to talk on the phone. She was a great texter. She emailed me as well. To not hear from her in any of those ways, that was pretty scary.
Has something happened to Debbie just as her star was rising? Debbie's love of the spotlight begins as she grows up in Puerto Rico.
Me and Debbie would always do these performances for my mom and act them out, and you know, Michael Jackson or Tina Turner back in the day, whatever we used to sing, we used to make a little show out of it.
When Debbie's father, a government contractor, is transferred to Maryland, the family moves to Baltimore. In high school, Debbie joins a dance team, which ignites a thriving passion for dance.
Debbie loved the rhythm, the beat. Music to her, it just does something to you. It makes you escape.
Then, when she graduates, reality hits her. It's tough to make a living dancing in Baltimore.
Unfortunately, being an adult is a little different. You learn the hard way of how expensive that can be. Now you're fully responsible for yourself, so you put your hobbies to a back burner.
She earns degrees in business and law at Towson University and the University of Baltimore, and begins carving out a career in the legal sector.
Thank you for being here. We have a lot to cover. Let's get started.
Whatever Debbie set her mind to it, you can believe that she was going to accomplish it. And you couldn't stop her.
Go to section number 2.
And she was going to give you 1,000%.
Let's go over that.
No matter the obstacle,
Back then, they would see you as, oh, she's only a pretty face. They wouldn't take her seriously. And that upset her. But she wasn't going to take no for an answer. She did make good money, and she did make a good living.
the work is interesting, and she's good at it. But there's something missing. One night, some girlfriends take her dancing.
And it all took just going to the club one time, salsa, for her to just snap back on and realize, oh my God, I put this in the back burner, why?
And I think this happens to many of us women. She reached 30 years old and she said, you know, I'm not happy working in an office 9 to 5. My dream was to become a dancer, and I'm going to pursue that dream.
There's not much in the way of professional dancing in the area. So while she's still working, she auditions for a spot on the Washington Redskins dance squad and makes it.
When she told me she got it, I was over the moon and ecstatic. My sister made the dance team for the Redskins. Are you kidding me? That was crazy.
She moonlights for a while, dancing for her home team. She also tries out for the competition reality show, So You Think You Can Dance. Then, in 2008, potential layoffs at the firm put Debbie at a crossroads. Does she look for another job at a law firm, or does she risk it all to follow her dreams of fame?
Debbie was an attorney, but when she saw that she had an opportunity to make a career out of dancing, she said, yes, I need to do this. I'm 30 years old. If it's not now, when?
She leaves the boardroom with dreams of making it big. She plans to head to Vegas to live the glamorous showgirl life, on her way to Hollywood in the hopes of finding fame on the big screen.
Debbie really loved Jennifer Lopez and thought, wow, this girl has it all. She's smart, she's beautiful, she's very talented. I mean, her dancing, she started out as a fly girl, and then she blossomed into this, entrepreneur and this brand, international brand of J-Lo. I think Debbie really thought that was something that she could do.
If you want to become a dancer, if you want to be a performer, you want to move to Las Vegas, because that's where you have all these great shows.
When Debbie moved to Vegas, she didn't know anybody. She didn't have any connections, so, you start from scratch. You start to meet a couple people here and there from going out into the nightlife and the clubs. You would go to workshops, dancing workshops, and get to know more people, and that's what she did.
She's calculated her career path carefully, kicking it off as a model.
Debbie Debbie did all kinds of modeling. Debbie enjoyed just to be in front of the camera. She had an awesome body and clothes, bathing suits, you name it. She just loved the art behind photography.
Her portfolio helps her book small club jobs.
People started telling her, Debbie, you have a lot of talent. What are you doing making 150 a night here? You can make more.
She feels she's in the right spot, but not everyone agrees.
Her family at first, they were very upset at her. Las Vegas is known to a lot of people as Sin City, as a crazy town where you go and you can just get drunk and you do all these crazy things.
I never doubted her goals. It was more that I was doubting her safety there because I didn't know anything about Vegas.
And what Debbie doesn't know is that all too soon, a dark, twisted mind will threaten to destroy her dreams. Debbie Flores Narvaez leaves her hometown of Baltimore and chases her dreams 2,400 miles west to be a Las Vegas showgirl. Hoping her next step is Hollywood, she beats out thousands of other girls to secure a spot as a backup dancer in the revue called Fantasy. Debbie loves her time as a backup dancer, but dreams of more. And she and her fellow dancers always keep their eyes on the stars.
When we put on the Beyonce video, Girls Rule the World, seeing these girls combine as a unit and be, a force of nature and be strong and beautiful and talented, that was really the motto. And I know she loved that video because we would watch it before the show. And it just inspired us to be a strong, fierce female like Beyonce.
Debbie's passion for dance lands her a solo in a new fantasy revue. This one has star power. She'll be dancing alongside singer Cisco of Thong Song fame.
It was just her confirmation that she'd made the right decision to come to Vegas and to give up that legal career that she could have had and been stabilized in. This was kind of her confirmation of, you know what? I'm glad that I took that risk. I'm glad I went for it because now I'm finally seeing where the hard work has paid off.
But now there's trouble. She's missed the last rehearsal before her starring dance.
She was always on time. She was always so dedicated and the first in line to learn the new, dance or the choreography.
The next day, she misses the red carpet announcement for her big solo.
When she didn't show up to the second rehearsal, they knew something was wrong, but they figured maybe she's overworked and exhausted. Maybe she fell asleep. But when she didn't show up to the red carpet event for the grand opening of Fantasy with Cisco, they immediately knew something was not right. This was a big red flag.
Her roommates say Debbie didn't return home last night, and her car isn't in the driveway.
This was completely out of her character for her to act and do such a thing. This was not her behavior at all. She always made sure that if she said that she was going to be there, she was going to be there.
Worried, Celeste hops on a plane from Baltimore to Vegas and files a missing persons report.
I had to put all my emotions aside because my goal was to find her and I didn't want to tarnish what my mission was. I just wanted answers.
At first, the Las Vegas Police Department thought this is a very common case for people to go missing in the Las Vegas Strip. Especially, it is very common for dancers to go out for the weekends and just not tell anybody. She wasn't married, she didn't have kids, so she didn't really have to report to anybody.
Somewhere between 600 and 800 adults are reported missing in any given month in Las Vegas. The overwhelming majority of those individuals are voluntarily missing for a very short period of time. Whoever reported them missing learns that they're fine and just weren't answering their phone.
Loved ones take action on their own and use the media to their advantage.
Celeste was very concerned. She showed up the next day at our station. She already had flyers with different pictures of Debbie. She was asking people to post flyers all over the city. She asked us if she could leave some flyers at the lobby of our station. Of course, we said yes.
It will never end until I find her.
Within a couple hours, I had media calling me from Vegas and everywhere on the West Coast trying to get information on what was going on and putting my sister's face in the news.
Trying to understand what could have happened, Celeste looks for clues and what she knows about Debbie's life in Vegas, which wasn't perfect.
Debbie was very homesick. I can tell that in her voice. She was lonely as far as her friends and family.
It's not easy to get yourself established in Las Vegas. For a casting for one position, you get 200, 300 very talented people, all beautiful.
The competition is so tough. You have girls coming from all over the world, not just the country.
She did mention in some occasions, you know what, I better go back to what I know how to do. I better go back and just do my job as an attorney, as a professional.
Had Debbie decided life in Vegas was too hard? Did she just pack it all in and get out of town? That just doesn't seem like her.
She was stubborn and passionate, and she was not going to fail. So she was definitely going to stick it out.
The one thing in Debbie's life that seemed solid was her new boyfriend. She was dating a cute Cirque du Soleil dancer named Jason Griffith.
Jason always had a passion for dancing. He was so talented that he got a full scholarship to Juilliard School of Dancing in New York. It is very hard to get in there, and it's even harder to get a full scholarship. People that knew him described him as someone that had a good heart, someone that would even give out of his time to help children that had dreams of becoming dancers. Debbie was very attracted to Jason because he was everything she wanted to become. He's a very good-looking man. All the women were attracted to him. Everybody that saw them together, like, oh my God, you guys look like Hollywood. You guys make an amazing couple.
They both worked so hard at Cirque du Soleil and Fantasy that when they were together, they loved just hanging out and watching their favorite series, Dexter. Why would she disappear when everything in her life seemed to be going so well? Celeste begins to fear the worst. She knows danger lurks by the casino stages.
These are beautiful, gorgeous women that are performing on an everyday basis with all the glitz, glam, and cameras. They're going to have fans and stalkers and crazy people on them all the time. She could have been kidnapped and thrown into a brothel, or God forbid, I didn't know. I had all these crazy thoughts going into my mind as to what could have happened. But I just wanted to find her and make sure that she was okay and bring her home.
Debbie Flores Narvaez has big dreams. The successful Vegas showgirl is looking to become the next J-Lo or Beyonce. She has the chops to do it, and so far, fame is smiling on her. But on the eve of her big break, she vanishes. Yet there's no evidence of foul play.
At the end of the day, it is a city where people go to have fun. So it is common for people to go missing in Las Vegas.
I think the police wanted to believe that, you know what, she's a young, beautiful girl. She's probably enjoying her life somewhere, and she just, went and had a little weekend away.
But friends and family say Debbie's not like that.
I knew something was wrong for her not to show up for a rehearsal, and then for her phone to be off and nobody hears from her for at least 3 days. I was just completely out of character for her.
Convinced, Las Vegas police detectives agree to look into it. They ask about Debbie's last known steps and learn she was supposed to see her boyfriend, Jason Griffith, that evening.
She tells her roommate that she's going over to Jason's house to watch the season finale of Dexter. She is seen on videotape at her apartment complex, walking to her vehicle, and her car is seen leaving.
Mr. Griffith.
Investigators go to speak with Jason.
He was cooperative, and he didn't appear to have any concerns that anything had happened bad to Debbie. He indicated that she had come over to the house briefly, never got out of the vehicle, spoke to him through the window, and that she had left to go to work, and he hadn't seen her since.
Do you mind if we head over to your apartment?
Yeah.
Check some stuff out?
He agrees to let them search his apartment.
During the search, nothing real significance was found, no blood or tissue or any type of evidence of a struggle.
He gives them one important piece of information.
Jason told us that she was pregnant and that she had a miscarriage and that she was even suicidal at some point, that she was depressed over that.
Is it possible Debbie just took off to be alone or to harm herself? Some of Debbie's fellow showgirls have their own theories. If something happened to her, maybe it was a stalker.
I thought that someone had carjacked her, leaving the stage of a night. That's what I thought. There was a guy who loved the show. You know, sometimes you would see him for 7 nights or something in a row. He was a huge fan, and he would have a fixation, I should say, or fascination with one dancer. And then he would kind of go to the next girl and get a fixation on her. So definitely we did think, well, was it that guy? Because he has a fixation, and maybe, you know, it's Debbie right now. And maybe he couldn't handle rejection this time. Maybe it was so hurtful to him to not get what he wants or attention that he took it in his own hands.
It makes it very dangerous for a dancer, especially because in Las Vegas, you have this direct access with them. It's not like Hollywood that you just see them through the screen. They're in Las Vegas, you can almost touch them. They're in this very close to you stage. You see them walking around in their outfits. So it's very easy for stalkers, someone that's already obsessed with a dancer, to follow them home.
If this was someone that was in the parking lot that might have taken her when she's walking out after the show, it could have been any of us. Everyone was very scared. I didn't sleep for 2 weeks. I couldn't sleep. Is there a predator in Vegas right now? Is there somebody that would kidnap a girl and make her disappear?
Investigators interview dancers and other employees at Fantasy, but no one has names or other specifics on stalkers. Days pass, ominously, with no sign of Fantasy's new star.
There was no contact with her, no credit card usage, no cell phone usage, no social media. She hadn't contacted anybody at work, any family members, so we knew she was gone.
Her sister can't give up hope.
I won't stop until I find her.
My whole thought was being optimistic and positive and hopeful. There was not a time where I wanted to think negative. Not that I didn't feel negative, I just didn't want to think it.
Police get their first break when a woman in a rough part of town reports an abandoned vehicle. Officers respond and realize it's the same kind Debbie drives. The license plates have been removed, but they run the vehicle identification number. It's Debbie's car.
The area of town where her vehicle was found was not a really nice part of town. It's a high crime area, so that was of concern that her vehicle was found there.
They check the trunk. No body.
There's very limited information inside the vehicle. She had a few items in the back of the vehicle, including the boots that she had worn as she's seen leaving the video from her apartment the last time, and some items related to her dancing, but there was nothing that was suggestive of she was taken in a carjacking or that there was any violence that occurred inside the vehicle.
And nothing indicates where she is. Officers canvass the area hoping to find a witness. But no residents report seeing anyone dumping a car.
It could have been pretty easy for someone just to drive up there at night with the lights off, park a vehicle, remove the tags, and walk away without being noticed by a neighbor or someone else.
The missing plates mean trouble.
Debbie's car is located shortly after the first news report of her being missing. There is a neighbor who calls to report a suspicious vehicle and provides the license plate. At the time, the police do not have Debbie entered into the missing persons database. And so when that license plate gets run, nobody goes out there to look at the vehicle. It's just in a reported abandoned vehicle. After Debbie gets entered into the missing persons database, that then goes back and hits that there's this car that's been reported up there. When they get to the vehicle this time, someone's gone back to the vehicle and removed the license plate. And that is highly suggestive of somebody who knows Debbie, because if you didn't know Debbie and you were just going to dump her car, then you wouldn't care that the car was found and identified to Debbie.
Finding the car dumped like this is very bad news.
I mean, that was our belief at that point in time, was not that she had just run off, but that she was no longer alive.
It's been 3 days since the dancer vanished. If someone grabbed her, they could be long gone. There are plenty of ways out of Vegas. Flights leave every few minutes to everywhere. And driving, by now, a kidnapper could have made it anywhere in the country.
To me, everybody was suspect. Every single person was suspect. Could somebody have been jealous? Could somebody been a stalker? Just a crazy drunk guy from out of state? A rapist, a murderer? I didn't know. I knew somebody knew something. I needed to know who, and it was driving me crazy that I didn't know where to go.
Then, in Arizona's Lake Mead National Recreation Area, about 30 miles outside of Las Vegas, a couple hiking in a desert area make a terrible discovery. The partially burned corpse of a young woman.
They found a body in the desert in Arizona. I was frantic. I had to sit there and wait a couple hours to wait to hear some kind of response. Was it her or was it not?
Debbie Flores Narvaez headed west from Baltimore on a quest for fame. First as a showgirl, and hopefully next as an actress in Hollywood. The dancer is now missing, and Las Vegas police fear they might be looking for a body.
It was heartbreaking for me not to know where my sister was, for me not to have an answer, for me to constantly just be up and hoping and wishing and praying. She was my little sister. I needed to know what happened to her.
A sad possibility emerges when hikers discover a body in the desert 30 miles outside of Las Vegas. The remains are of a young woman of a similar age and with a similar body type to Debbie.
I remember being on pins and needles, just waiting to hear if they could identify it as Debbie's body. I just thought, that's gonna be her. I just knew it.
But when they finally ID the woman, they realize it's not Debbie.
I'm like, oh my gosh, she's still alive and she's out there and someone just has her. Someone has just taken her in their car. So that gave me actually hope again. You kept getting your hopes up and then hopes down, hopes up, hopes down. I just remember feeling a roller coaster of emotions.
One theory is that an obsessed fan did something to Debbie.
After the show, we go and we meet the fans in the lobby. It's a great time to meet everyone and they can get a signed picture. Was it somebody that maybe might have been creepy to Debbie? Somebody that came and had an obsession with her.
There were a lot of people for police to look at because of, you know, hey, this kind of guy kind of approached me. He said he was attracted to me. I told him no, he got angry. That's a suspect.
The dancers have stories of creepy guys, but no one knows full names, so it's hard for police to follow up. And really, anyone could have grabbed Debbie.
These dancers, they post constant pictures of them on social media. They post pictures of where they're at. I came to this event. So it makes it very dangerous, and it makes a perfect opportunity for a stalker who wants to prey on their victim.
Plenty of opportunities to pounce in the darkness. Investigators also have to consider it might have been someone much closer. By talking to friends, they learn more about Debbie's boyfriend.
Jason Griffith was a person of interest just because he was the last person Debbie had contact with before she disappeared.
Debbie thought he was amazing at first.
Debbie and Jason met in Thanksgiving of 2009 and shortly thereafter started a relationship. He told her it was a monogamous relationship. About 6 months into that relationship, Debbie realizes that Jason isn't being monogamous.
She was aware of the fact that he was seeing at least one other woman, and she was very upset about that.
Debbie always got her way. She always got a yes to everything. She wanted to become an attorney, she did. She wanted to speak 3 languages, she did. She wanted to become a dancer, she did. But then she meets this guy, and he's not saying yes to everything. She wants a committed relationship, and he doesn't.
What are you gonna do? What are you going to do?
They had some issues, and they broke up. There was a complete severing of the relationship at one point. But on his birthday, he ended up calling Debbie and started the whole thing back up again.
One time! One time!
Not the Jason I know.
This is the Jason that you created.
Their relationship was almost like a competition between each other as to who was going to be the person more in control of the relationship.
It's not all about me, but I do have to work. I have rehearsal.
And that created a very volatile situation with them,
Can you hear yourself?
I just don't get you.
where neither one of them ever wanted to admit that they just weren't good for each other, and that created a very toxic relationship.
What if I just smack the out of you right now?
As they dig deeper, police learn it sometimes became violent.
There were multiple incidents that had occurred between him and Debbie. There was physical force used on a couple of occasions.
There's one of the occasions, according to a police report, that he breaks the windshield of his car with her forehead. On another occasion, allegedly, she was pregnant and she loses the baby because he kicks her so hard.
Many insiders had no idea.
It hurt me to find out that it was a volatile relationship, that he was cheating on her, that he was lying to her, that he had put his hands on her. I don't want to see my sister in pain or go through that.
I never saw any bruises on her. I never noticed her crying in the dressing room. I was shocked because I didn't see it.
But still, nothing indicates Jason is responsible for her disappearance. Everyone is frustrated. What happened to Debbie? Then, a month into the investigation, a new lead.
In early January of 2011, a missing persons detective gets a tip
I have information about
that Jason had rented a rental truck earlier, shortly after Debbie's disappearance. The lead detective on the case at this point looks at Jason's financial records and sees that he did rent a truck at a truck rental location. They then go through a number of efforts to identify this anonymous tip and who this person is.
Turns out, the mystery caller is one of Jason's exes.
Her story was that she was a former girlfriend of Mr. Griffith. He had called her one night in mid-December and told her that he wanted to store something at her residence. She told him, sure, come down, check out the place. She had a spot for him to keep it.
To her surprise, after she agreed, he immediately showed up. She thought it was going to be some time after that, but immediately a rental truck pulled up in front of her place. So she went downstairs and could see Jason Griffith and Paul Lopez trying to manipulate this plastic container, which she recognized as being filled with cement. The top wasn't on, and so she could see the surface of the cement.
Paul Lopez is Jason's roommate.
What's going on?
But what was inside the cement-filled container?
She asked Jason what the item was, and he told her that she didn't want to know. And she insisted on knowing if she was going to keep the item stored at her place.
It's Debbie.
It's the first real indication that Debbie Flores Narvaez is dead. The ex-girlfriend explains she's been too scared to call before, terrified Jason would kill her too. She refused to let them keep the container there. She doesn't know where they took it.
I imagined immediately that someone might have taken that cement-filled container out to the center of Lake Mead and dropping the container in there. We may never, ever find Debbie. The tip that we received from this ex-girlfriend was a case breaker. It was a confirmation that it was no longer a missing persons case. It was now a homicide case, with the fact that this ex-girlfriend had been told by Jason Griffith that Debbie was inside this container.
But they need to find the body and figure out what happened to Debbie. Without more proof, a prosecution would fail.
Our immediate concern was getting to Paul Lopez as quickly as possible so that we could find out where Debbie was.
It doesn't take long to track him down.
Paul Lopez was immediately contacted and brought to the Detective Bureau. Myself, along with another detective from Homicide, interviewed him extensively.
He is clearly somebody who is in a difficult situation. He's conflicted. He's not volunteering it right now.
Okay, what are we talking about exactly?
The detective says, look, if you had nothing to do with the killing and you only got involved afterwards and you didn't do anything weird to the body, that's a very important moment because the roommate goes, what do you mean by weird? And the detective says, look, if it's you burned the body or you dismembered the body or anything else like that, what we need is the body. Eventually the roommate says, yeah, but if I tell you that, my best friend goes to jail for the rest of his life. And the police tell the roommate, well, that's not something you can worry about anymore.
Can I get out of here?
At one point in the interview, Paul Lopez wants to leave, and we realized that if we didn't get an agreement that he wouldn't be charged, he wasn't going to tell us.
The district attorney agrees to grant Lopez immunity as long as he didn't kill her himself. Lopez finally agrees to talk.
I mean, she did.
And his story will sicken even the hardened investigators.
It was over the top, and it was very Dexter-like in the opinion of most of the detectives in Homicide. It was a very difficult scene. It was probably one of the most difficult that I handled in 9 years.
Debbie Flores Narvaez was living the showgirl's dream until she mysteriously vanishes. Police suspect her boyfriend Jason Griffith and his roommate Paul Lopez are somehow involved. After lengthy questioning, Lopez admits Debbie is dead, dismembered and placed in cement-filled tubs in an abandoned house. He tells police where the house is. There, they finally find Debbie's body. It's a cruel end for the talented and vibrant star in the making. Now their missing persons case is truly a homicide.
Jason got arrested right after he got out of one of his performances, the last performance of his life.
I, along with one other detective, walked up to him and said that we needed to talk with him. He was very cooperative.
They hope to get him talking and draw out a confession and a guilty plea to save Debbie's loved ones from the pain of going through a difficult trial.
When we started our interview, he was very cocky about it.
Okay, we're here to ask you some more questions about what happened to Debbie.
What do you mean, what happened to her? I've given my what I saw.
He told us that he'd be willing to talk to us, but he was only going to answer the questions that he chose to answer.
I understand what you're saying, and I see where you're going with
Yeah.
it. And once again, like, I haven't said anything like about that. I don't have anything else to say on that. I've already answered that question.
We got to that moment where we confronted him with things that we knew.
Everybody in the room knows what happened, but we're playing a game.
Well, we're not really playing.
Yeah, we're totally playing a game. We know that you got in an argument with her and it went too far and you choked her out and she died. Okay, and then afterwards you did this, and this with the body.
Like I said again, there's things that you guys know, there's things that you guys are assuming, you guys are trying to put, paint a picture, and that's cool. I totally understand it. You guys are gonna do your jobs. You're gonna do what you're supposed to do. I don't have anything else.
Sorry. You are under arrest for Debbie's murder.
Okay.
For her murder.
Okay, so what do I do now?
He still remained, that kind of that arrogant, cocky attitude, and just accepted it. Like, okay, I'll deal with it. He never admitted to us that he had killed Debbie.
Prosecutors charge Griffith with murder. At trial, they outline what they believe happened.
The night that Debbie disappeared,
What if I just smack you right now?
the roommate hears a verbal argument. He comes into the room
I'm not gonna calm down.
and Jason snaps.
You don't have to.
Jason grabbed Debbie around the neck and was choking her. Paul said that he broke the physical contact up and separated the two of them.
Debbie believes that she's injured. There's a discussion that she needs to go to the hospital, and Mr. Griffith doesn't want her to go to the hospital because he's been told after the last time he got arrested in a domestic with Miss Flores that if he gets arrested again, he's gonna lose his job.
I was clearly out of line. I apologize.
Okay, good.
Paul had to go take his daughter back to her mother, so he was going to need to leave. He got an agreement between the two of them that their argument was over with and that they were okay before he left the residence.
When Paul returned to the house,
He saw Debbie lying on the floor. She wasn't breathing, and she was cold to the touch.
they put Debbie's body in a plastic tub and filled it with quick-set concrete. But then, Jason's ex-girlfriend turned them away.
They didn't know what to do with her at that point, so they make the decision to take the body over to this abandoned residence on West Bonanza.
By now, they realized the container was leaking.
They then went to a local department store and purchased tools like a hammer, a saw, several other items. And inside the front room of this abandoned house, Jason and Paul broke Debbie's body out of the concrete.
Following the lead of his favorite TV character, Dexter, Jason dismembered the woman he claimed to have loved and separated her remains into 2 containers. Then filled them with cement once more and stored them in the abandoned house.
Debbie had come over on the night that she went missing, on the night that we know that she was killed by Jason, to watch an episode of Dexter.
And it's somewhat ironic that instead of watching Dexter, it appears Mr. Griffith sort of acted out as the character.
What they did to get rid of her body was just evil in itself. Who does that?
He doesn't even seem human to me. Only an animal does something like that.
But why?
Jason had already been arrested for domestic violence. He was aware that this second instance of domestic violence was going to result in a more serious charge. His career was on the line.
He killed her to allow him to go on and perpetrate kind of the persona that he was, and be this really popular guy and still be able to have his 5 or 6 other women on the side. Debbie was an impediment to that he just could not in any way get around.
Unfortunately, she fell for the wrong guy. And that's what led her into tragedy. She thought he loved her. And I guess she realized too late that he just loved himself.
During the trial, Griffith makes the ridiculous claim that he killed Debbie in self-defense.
He came up with this random story about, well, I thought maybe she had a gun in her purse, despite the fact I've never seen her with a gun before. And when she reached for her purse, I thought she was grabbing for a gun, and I grabbed her and I was just trying to hug her, and next thing you know, she was just limp and dead in my arms.
On May 22, 2014, a jury finds Jason Griffith guilty of second-degree murder and sentences him to 10 years to life.
He never, throughout the case or the trial, showed any remorse.
During court, he would refer to her as it, not as his girlfriend or his ex. She was just an it, which was arrogant, narcissistic, evil, cold. Just a cold-blooded killer.
She was searching for fame. She wanted to make it big. She wanted her name to be known. She wanted to leave a footprint, and I believe she did. God knows she could have been in Hollywood by now.
I respected her for coming out to Vegas like she did to pursue her dream. It's just sad that she wasn't able to see how her dreams that she'd reached could play out.
Debbie was so talented that I don't think that there would have been a stopping point for her. She could have made it.
This program contains graphic violence and sexual content. Viewer discretion is advised. Fame. It can transform a small-town dreamer into a superstar. Some people make it, and others die trying, their dreams interrupted. One Southern California girl is working hard, hoping to be a star.
Linda was in high demand, working a lot.
She begins as a model and wants to become an actress.
She lived in a very vibrant area of Southern California, right at the beach.
It put her in the right rooms with the right people, big wigs, celebrities, movers and shakers in Hollywood.
Her career was actually on the rise. She had just been cast for a part on Married with Children.
But she learns striving toward fame comes with dangers.
There's always somebody out there who wants to take advantage of you.
There were shady people in her life that had ulterior motives.
One beautiful LA day, she just disappears.
We had no leads, we had no witnesses, we had no suspects.
It started ramping up and becoming a lot more serious.
A shocking tale of real talent destroyed.
I remember the heinous, horrific way in which she took her last breath.
For aspiring stars like Linda Sobeck, sometimes the pursuit of fame kills. Los Angeles, California, land of Hollywood and the promise of fame. But it can also be a boulevard of broken dreams. It draws aspiring stars from around the world and right next door. 27-year-old Linda Sobek grew up in the LA suburb of Lakewood.
Linda and her family were really close. She was the only girl, she had a big brother, and she was just the bright spot in the family. Just a really fun, outgoing young girl.
Just a regular girl who becomes a model.
When I think of Linda Sobek, I think of the Beach Boys and the song, I Wish They Could All Be California Girls, because in the 80s, Linda Sobek epitomized the California girl. She was blonde, she was petite, she was athletic, she was surf, sand, and sun. She was the billboard on Sunset Strip. She was a little bit girl next door, but a little bit sex pot, all combined.
Linda Sobek wanted to get into the acting world. She was trying to make her way in Los Angeles like a lot of other young women.
Linda was always incredibly busy. She had different shoots booked and opportunities lined up, and she was just a really busy bee.
Her career was actually on the rise. She had just been cast for a part on the television show Married with Children, and she was supposed to go to a costume fitting for that show.
This was big because it would propel her from the modeling world into the acting world, which is what she really wanted.
Linda had gotten herself a spot on the Fox network. She is now going to have this opportunity on the hippest, hottest network, on one of the hippest, hottest shows. This could catapult her career, being seen on Married with Children.
Before the costume fitting this evening, a modeling gig just outside of town. As always, she made sure to let loved ones know what's going on.
And Linda had left a message on her answering machine.
Hello, you reached Linda. It's 11 a.m. on Thursday, and I will be on location all day today, so I will not have access to a telephone.
She sounded like she was very excited to do the shoot. She didn't say where the shoot was, and there wasn't a telephone number for follow-up. And this was back in a time when it wasn't typical for people to have cell phones.
Like she's done countless times before, she's off to work, being beautiful in a beautiful setting. But this is not like those other times. This time is different.
I haven't heard back from you, so I'm getting a little bit worried, so please give me a call.
Hours pass. Her mom calls and calls.
Her and her mother had such an amazing relationship, and they talked all the time, constantly, multiple times a day. They were very close.
It made her family wonder where was she, and they hadn't heard anything from her. So it was very unusual.
Incoming messages from loved ones pile up.
See if you're okay.
Concern grows.
I'm a little worried about you. I haven't heard from you all day.
She would not have gone someplace for that long a period of time without contacting her mother or a friend. So her mother knew that it was extremely out of character for her to do this, so she felt as though something terribly had happened to her.
Linda's quest for fame begins early as she grows up half an hour southeast of LA, in Lakewood.
Linda loved to be the center of attention. She loved being in an arena where all eyes were on her.
She loved dancing. She got involved in pageants. She did all the things that the young hopefuls in Southern California do to try to make it.
Linda had her first taste of the modeling industry in high school. At the age of 16, she got chosen to model for the photography students at Cerritos College.
In Little Lakewood, she's a real standout, but she wants more.
After high school, Linda does enroll in Cerritos College. She's able to, in 2 years, get her associate's degree, but that's not what Linda wanted to do. She really knew she wanted to be in front of the camera.
Her first opportunity for fame, a long-shot tryout to be a cheerleader for her hometown team, the LA Raiders.
Linda was so determined to be an LA Raiderette that she went to the open calls, and these auditions are rigorous. There's so many people there.
1,000 women, equally beautiful, equally determined, equally motivated probably, but she said, I'm going to get this. And she won out of 1,000 other hopefuls. She won one of the 40 coveted spots. And I believe it was because of Linda's vivaciousness. She just had that smile and that look and that attitude. I'm small but mighty.
Working as a Los Angeles Raiders cheerleader is a way many young women get started. Paula Abdul was a Lakers girl, so I guess she was following in that.
Becoming an LA Raiderette was one of the best things that ever happened to Linda. It put her in the right rooms with the right people, big wigs, celebrities, people that really were movers and shakers in Hollywood. And so this was a great opportunity for her to kind of rub elbows with people that could help her career along the way. It was something very different for Linda. She was used to being this big fish in a small pond, but now she's like a little guppy among these women who, had danced for years and were very competitive and very professional.
But she won't be intimidated.
Once you become a Raiderette, it's almost like a sisterhood. These women spend a lot of time together, not just at the games, but there were long, rigorous rehearsals multiple times a week, and so they really formed a bond with each other because they knew each other best.
And soon, she rises to the top of the field. In 1993, she's voted Raiderette of the Year.
Winning really showed Linda that she had what it took to stand out in those Hollywood glitz and glamour kind of crowds. It reaffirmed her confidence, and it showed that she was a standout.
She's out there, she's seen. It seemed like the perfect entree to make that into the next step, to be a performer on screen, whether it be television or film.
In a career arc similar to Terry Hatcher, who started as a cheerleader for the 49ers. After the 1994 season, the Raiders organization moves to Oakland, 370 miles north of LA. It's been 4 amazing years, but Linda won't follow.
Linda decided to leave the Raiderettes for a few different reasons. It was really competitive, and every year the girls had to try out. And so as a veteran, you're competing against the younger, newer girls that are just fresh in the water. Also, Linda kind of outgrew it. So it was time for Linda to kind of just move on.
And this is gonna be my last season, and I want you all to know that I'll miss you, and God bless you all, and just remember that I love you all.
To really make it big, she needs to head to the hot spots. So at 26, she moves out of her childhood home and to the hip shores of Hermosa Beach.
She's very close to her family, but the beach was calling her name. She moved to Hermosa in a 4-bedroom house with a few of her friends.
Hermosa Beach is a small, almost cliched California beach town. Good nightlife, a lot of young people, a lot of people in the industry, television and movies, that found Hermosa Beach convenient to be able to get up to Hollywood, to the studios.
She throws herself into print work. But her short stature means her jobs have more bikinis than ball gowns.
She wasn't quite tall enough to be a runway model, and she wasn't gonna make it in high fashion. She was only 5'4", but she had a gorgeous body.
Which men's magazines appreciate.
She was really making a name for herself.
She booked gigs doing swimsuit spreads. She worked with automotive companies, posters, lingerie. She really did do it all.
It's not ideal, and there are some shady operators to watch out for. And she knows she's up against a clock.
Modeling can't last forever. You kind of top out when you hit a certain age.
One of the things that's very difficult to accept, but it's a reality in Los Angeles, is that for every beautiful woman today, there's another one coming up the pike. Can you imagine being one little speck in a sea of equally beautiful women aspiring to be famous? So you constantly have to reinvent yourself if you're someone who wants to make it in show business.
Linda was hoping to turn her modeling and cheerleading into a television or movie career.
She's moving in the right direction. But in the City of Angels, a few devils hide.
Los Angeles is a big city. There's a lot of bad things that could happen to you. And you have to really take care of yourself, especially if you're a young woman. This is a total Los Angeles story. Her quest for fame, unfortunately, put her in connection with a crazy person.
Linda Sobek is a small-town girl with big aspirations. By 1995, she's been a pro cheerleader and a model. Cheering was fun, and modeling brings in some money, but she's still working hard to achieve her real dream of being a Hollywood star and a household name.
Linda really wanted to transition from modeling to acting to really secure her career, make more money, and really focus on family life. She wanted a husband, she wanted kids.
Like her favorite actress, Kim Basinger, who also rose from modeling to acting, then started a family.
I have some exciting news to tell you.
Linda's hard work begins paying off when she gets cast on Married with Children. Later this evening, a wardrobe fitting.
A costume or wardrobe fitting means you're securing your spot, you're being fitted for your wardrobe for that episode, and you've really landed the gig.
It'll be a busy day.
That day, she made sure to go to the gym, which she loved. But while she was at the gym, she got a page.
It's from the photographer she's shooting on location with. He tells her where to meet. She knows Married with Children is a great start, but it doesn't guarantee regular acting work. For now, she has to keep modeling.
She knew she had time to do the photo shoot because her wardrobe fitting wasn't until later in the day. So she got her things and went on her way.
After 24 hours, no one has heard from her.
There were no phone calls. That was very unusual.
Linda's mother reached out to the authorities and filed a missing persons report.
But the investigation starts out slowly.
One of the first theories that goes through our mind when a person is missing, especially from the small beach community, is that they found some romantic interest and they're staying away from their house for that reason.
But loved ones know something's wrong and refuse to wait.
Her friends immediately started passing out flyers and contacting the media, trying to drum up whatever they could to bring attention to the fact that Linda was missing.
Make sure you contact us if you hear anything and inform the public, okay?
Their energy encourages a police response.
Being told that this was not typical behavior for Linda to not check in with people, it started ramping up and becoming a lot more serious.
Investigators contact Fox Studios, the producers of Married with Children, and what they learn casts a dark shadow on the case.
All right, go ahead and take Linda. Linda Sobek.
Linda was a no-show at the wardrobe fitting for her big part.
As anybody who is in the television or entertainment business knows that jobs like that don't grow on trees, and you don't miss fitting because they'll go hire somebody else right away. And that was a big deal.
Police try to retrace her steps, starting with her answering machine message. She said she was going on a remote shoot, but not where or with whom.
Linda was in high demand, working a lot. It wasn't typical for her to tell people exactly where she was going or what she was going to shoot, because she just would go to work. And it was work wherever work happened to be.
If she's being held somewhere, every passing minute matters. So detectives pound the pavement to dig up more leads.
At this point, police are talking to anyone and everyone that they can, family, friends, ex-boyfriends, people that they knew were even acquaintances of Linda. They really wanted to get as much information as they could.
It made it difficult for us to try and track down where she was, because with models, they work for different people, different producers, different agencies on a regular basis, and trying to track down one person or one model through all of these different agencies created a difficult situation for our detectives. We interviewed photographers that she had worked with, production companies that she had worked with, her agent, her manager, anybody that would have had some kind of recent contact with her. Is there anybody that doesn't like her? Is there anybody she's had a run-in with? Is there anybody that has a grudge against her?
As police question insiders, they begin piecing together Linda's timeline.
On the day that she was reported missing, she had a schedule to go to the gym, which apparently she did every day.
She was in the gym 6 days a week. We're not talking light treadmill. She really was pounding the weights. It really put her in great physical shape.
Her neighbors, her friends all went to that gym. So there was a lot of people to talk to, find out whether or not they had seen her, if they knew where she was, if she had checked in with them.
Had someone from the gym grown obsessed with her? Police ask if Linda had struggled. Friends say she, like all actresses, did. It's never easy in this town.
To make it in Hollywood, you have to have talent, you have to know the right people, you have to get some lucky breaks.
The people that are pursuing this dream have to really be prepared to deal with the rejection, because if you go on 100 calls and you get one, that's a lot of rejection.
In Los Angeles, there are 1 million Linda Sobeks. One person is as beautiful as the next.
Loved ones explain she recently made some changes to increase her chances of standing out.
Linda was really determined to make it big by any means necessary. So those late party nights, those were completely off limits for Linda. She was really focused on health and fitness and making sure that her body was perfect for this industry.
She'd also been focusing on her spiritual side.
Linda's faith was a big part of her life, and at 27, she decided to get rebaptized and became a born-again Christian in her friend's backyard pool in Torrance. And it was such a beautiful event, and it was also really emotional for Linda.
Investigators know lifestyle changes like hers should make her less likely to be the victim of a crime, not more.
You're not leaving. This is not over. If you leave me, you are dead.
Then they learn about a dangerous ex-boyfriend.
Linda once had a relationship with a professional bodybuilder. And during that relationship, from what we were told by friends, was he was very physical and very abusive towards her. That was one of the avenues that we're looking at. Maybe he might have been responsible for her disappearance.
This bodybuilder was a big guy, would have been able to easily overpower her. It was somebody that we had to look at.
Is it possible her ex wasn't ready to let her go?
We were exploring all avenues that we could, and the one ex-boyfriend that was physical with her, he became a focus of our investigation.
They need to track him down fast. If he has Linda, time is running out to save her.
It was frustrating because time is critical. You want to find that person as soon as possible.
Southern California girl next door turned actress Linda Sobek begins achieving her hard-won dream of making it big in Los Angeles.
Linda absolutely was hitting her stride and was definitely at the top of her game.
But on the day of her costume fitting for a role on Married with Children, she tells friends she's off to a modeling shoot, then vanishes. Hermosa Beach detectives try to track down an ex-boyfriend with a violent record in case he grabbed her.
It's no secret that the first person that law enforcement looks at when a young woman goes missing are the love interests in her life. And we know that Linda did have a boyfriend or a past boyfriend who did show signs of aggressiveness. So obviously, he's the first person that they are going to ask questions of.
But when we contacted him for an interview, he had a perfect alibi. He had been out of town, wasn't here, didn't have any contact with her, and was quickly eliminated as any kind of a suspect in foul play.
Hoping to trace her movements, investigators take a look at Linda's financial trail.
All of her bank records, all of her credit card use, all stopped the day she disappeared. That indicated she was either in a place where she couldn't use it or was in a place where she didn't need to use it.
Because Linda's car was also missing, it could be that she could have gone on a road trip. She could have gone with friends unknown to her friends and family. She could have gone anywhere in a vehicle. And it was very important that we did get that information out to the public on a vehicle description.
As the mystery builds, so does the media frenzy.
The media is always interested in a missing person story. In this case, it was sensational in that television could show the sexy pictures of Linda Sobek in their reports. And in fact, they would film them in a certain way, starting at her feet and moving the camera up her body to her face. And it was all sort of done in a sensational manner.
This was one of the first big cases after the O.J. Simpson trial. She was young. She was a beautiful model. She had her friends who were concerned about her and going on television.
It's not like Linda to not answer her pages.
I wish she'd come through the door and that this was all over and this is a nightmare.
I remember so vividly the day that I was assigned to this story. I had just come off the very grueling and intensive and exhausting O.J. Simpson trial, and it was just a few weeks later that we get word that Linda Sobek is missing. Beautiful model was scheduled to do a fitting for her big break in television. Suddenly, she's gone. People knew right away something was wrong.
It was incredibly important that the media picked up Linda's story. It really helped to have all eyes on this story so that if she was still alive, someone maybe could have spotted her and alerted the authorities.
Tips flood in.
Being in Southern California in a beach city, there's a lot of pretty blondes living in the town, and people would think that they saw Linda.
You get a lot of calls. You get people that call in and say, I saw Linda on the 405 freeway. I saw Linda's car at the mall. And so you get all these information, all these tips coming in, and for the most part, the people mean well, and so these tips, if they're viable, what we do is we go out and we investigate it. And none of the tips actually panned out.
We also had some of the crazier calls come in from psychics who believed that they knew where Linda was. We followed up on a couple of those tips, even though they were improbable, and they led to nothing.
It's a frustrating case. Linda's out there somewhere, but where?
We had exhausted speaking to all of her friends, her family, and already had asked the public's help in finding her and her vehicle. We had really absolutely no information to go on. We had no leads, we had no witnesses, we had no suspects.
Then, finally, a solid lead.
A gentleman called the Hermosa Beach Police Department and said that he had seen her photograph on the news. He had told us that he had recently been working in the Los Angeles National Forest picking up trash, and he found pictures of Miss Sobek.
So this maintenance worker goes home and he's got the photographs and he's sort of admiring the photographs.
He had been showing his friends pictures of Linda, saying, hey, this is my new girlfriend. And then he saw the coverage of this missing girl that he had a picture of.
And lo and behold, it's the same woman.
And he was afraid that somebody might think that he was a suspect.
And he is. But right now, they finally have a place to search. The trash where he says he found the photos. And they have to move fast.
And it turned out that all of the trash was slated to be scooped up and put into a dump truck and driven to a dump.
Investigators race to get to the trash before crucial evidence is hauled away and scattered or destroyed. They arrive just in time. Now, they have to sort through hundreds of pounds of garbage.
Our detectives gathered up all the trash and took it back to the Hermosa Beach Police Department, where we painstakingly went through all the trash bit by bit to see if there was any evidence that the property was Miss Sobek's.
Going through the trash and looking for evidence was time-consuming. It was difficult. It was dirty. But everybody was determined to turn over every piece of trash in that pile, looking for any evidence whatsoever.
After countless man-hours, they hit gold.
We found Linda's day planner. We found more photographs of her, other personal items that belonged to Linda.
It doesn't crack the case like they'd hoped.
Her day planner only gave us details about her schedule up to that point. It didn't indicate the particular job that she had left the message on her answering machine about. It was helpful in the sense that it told us she had been there. It wasn't helpful in the sense that it didn't have any more information about her whereabouts from that Thursday.
Still, the find is a crucial development.
Prior to that, we had no information regarding where she might have been, and finding the information in Angeles National Forest was extremely vital because now it gives us a focal point.
The area is beautiful, some of it forested, some desert-like. But it has a dark reputation.
The Angeles National Forest is rather large, 1,000 square miles. And it really is a place where sightseers love, picnickers love, but unfortunately, killers love it too.
It's convenient for criminals to dump murder victims. It's isolated, while at the same time bordering Los Angeles.
Everyone prays she's no murder victim.
When a loved one goes missing, everybody always holds out hope that they're being held hostage, that they're still alive, that they bumped their head, they had amnesia, and they're wandering, and they're going to be found.
Investigators launch a massive search for the missing actress.
Search and rescue teams, cadets, police officers, just combing the mountainside for anything they could find.
Linda's family and friends came up to the mountains and began a search along the sides of the road.
The area is huge, the terrain difficult. The chances of finding anything are slim. But the friends' efforts pay off.
And they were able to find more of Linda's property, curling iron, curlers for her hair, makeup, things that were directly related to Linda and her disappearance.
No sign of her, just her stuff, dumped like trash.
People are really worried and don't understand what could have happened to Linda.
Detectives look further into the man who said he found the photos.
In an investigation, everyone is a suspect. Everyone. Family members, friends, the gentleman that found the stuff in the trash. So we have to look at the totality of the circumstances surrounding that. We have to look at their alibis. We have to look at where they were when the crime occurred.
Was the maintenance worker trying to point them in the wrong direction?
Suspects will sometimes try and involve themselves in a case in an effort to throw off any suspicion for themselves. They become overly helpful. They try and give you misdirection to take you off of their trail.
Is he really just a good Samaritan? Or does he know more than he claims? On the brink of achieving her lifelong dream of Hollywood fame, Linda Sobek vanishes. Searchers find her makeup, hair curlers, and more in the Angeles National Forest. Had the beautiful blonde attracted the wrong kind of attention?
Linda really was loved by everyone, but this also means that there were probably shady people in her life that had ulterior motives. Maybe there are people there that have maybe taken her or were infatuated with her.
Detectives interview the maintenance worker who says he found the photos in the forest.
Of course, we had to check him out, check out his background, check out what his story was. We were able to track his steps. Where was he? Who was he with? And he was eliminated as a suspect.
Police are back at square one. They continue searching through the materials rescued from the dump.
And this is all evidentiary, so we have to handle it with rubber gloves. We have to photograph and categorize all this.
The nasty work reveals another important clue.
While examining the trash at the Hermosa Beach Police Department, I found an owner's manual to a vehicle. When I opened the owner's manual, I thumbed through it to see if there was any paperwork in there. There was a folded piece of paper for a lease agreement for a luxury utility vehicle. The vehicle lent to a person by the name of Charles Rathbun, and it had his phone number, his address, his driver's license, and it happened to have the date on it that he did pick up the vehicle, and it happened to be the same date as Miss Sobek's disappearance.
So who is this mystery man?
Charles Rathbun was a highly regarded photographer. He was highly sought after.
Worked for one of the biggest publishing houses in the world, mostly automotive work. This guy had pictures in Motor Trend. He was connected.
And he was someone that women like Linda Sobek knew just from doing photo shoots.
We're looking at the evidence that we have in hand, the loan agreement, the name of Charles Rathbun, the fact that he's a photographer, the fact that he has possession of this car for a photo shoot. We needed to talk to Charles Rathbun.
I called Mr. Rathbun and I talked to him.
Yeah, this is Charles.
One of the first questions I asked him is, when was the last time he was in Los Angeles National Forest? And he had said that he had been there a couple of weeks prior.
That's well before Linda vanished.
And then I asked him, well, when was the last time he had spoken to Miss Sobek?
He says it was the day she disappeared.
Charlie had told me that he had met with Miss Sobek in the city of Torrance.
Hey, Linda, thanks for coming out.
No problem. How are you?
That she actually sat in the passenger seat. He examined her portfolio and he spoke with her. He told me that she looked a little hard for what he wanted to use a model for regarding this photo shoot, and that he told her that he wasn't going to be able to use her.
But you know, I don't think that she would be right for this part.
And that she got in her vehicle and drove away. He drove away.
It's the sort of interaction that happens every day for models and photographers in LA. Yet Rathbun never called to tell police he'd seen her that day, despite her face being all over the news.
He puts himself with her on the day of her disappearance. That is significant. He says that she's sitting in his car on that day. That's significant.
Sure, yeah.
So I asked for him to come down to the police department, and I wanted just to interview him.
I'll be there.
Rathbun agrees to meet that afternoon. Police waste no time and head to the restaurant where Rathbun said he met with Linda. And there, they find a huge piece of the puzzle.
Linda's car had been missing, and it was one of the primary pieces of evidence that we wanted to find. Torrance police officers spotted the car, and they checked the license plate, and it came up as Linda's car.
But there's no sign of Linda. One important detail, an anti-theft device still on the steering wheel.
Linda's car was processed as a crime scene, and it didn't yield really anything other than she had secured the car. It had been sitting in that parking lot for a period of time. It was easy to go unnoticed because this 24-hour restaurant always had cars in the parking lot.
It didn't take long for the media to figure this out. There were helicopters and all the TV trucks rolled in. Every TV truck in town was there because obviously this story has escalated.
The conversation I had with Charlie, he had said that she had driven away, that he had driven away. If she had driven away, that car would not still be parked there with the car club still intact.
Police appear to have caught him in a lie. Their concern grows when Rathbun fails to meet with them as promised.
So Charlie doesn't show up for our meeting, which is highly suspicious. He calls the police department. I speak to him on the phone. He apologizes for missing our meeting, and he agrees to meet me at the police department in an hour.
While preparing a search warrant for his home, they do a deep dive into his background. And what they find confirms their suspicions.
Charles Rathbun was a bit of a loner, a bit of an outsider, somebody who wasn't necessarily a social person and wasn't necessarily well-liked.
He was arrogant, and he would flirt with the models. Sometimes he would be really unfriendly towards the people that worked for the auto magazines.
Now, the other thing that Linda Sobek probably did not know at the time was that Charles Rathbun, for all his great work as an automotive photographer, tended to hit on the models and was causing a lot of problems for his employers, who were actually starting to back off a little in terms of hiring him.
I do a computer check on him, and I realized that Mr. Rathbun had been arrested a couple of times for various assaults, two of which happened to be of a sexual nature.
Again, he fails to show up as planned at the station.
Charles Rathbun shot immediately to the top of the suspect list. The fact that Rathbun balked at coming to the station after initially saying that he would raised our suspicions. And at the same time, we're still sending a surveillance team out to his house to try and make sure that if he does leave, that we know where he is.
I call him and said, hey, listen, I really want to talk to you. And he says,
I guess you need to talk to me because I'm the last one that saw her alive.
You could have knocked me over with a feather. This guy just basically said he was the last one to see her alive. And with all the evidence we had, all the information we had regarding Charlie's background, it was extremely obvious that he had something to do with her disappearance.
When LA model and actress Linda Sobek goes missing, police believe photographer Charles Rathbun is involved.
While we were preparing the search warrant at the Hermosa Beach Police Department, the Sheriff's Department was watching Charlie's house. During that time, Charlie gets two visitors.
Calm down, calm down, calm down.
One of the women is his attorney, the other a friend, who's an off-duty sheriff's deputy.
Don't tell me what to do.
He's frantic and armed, gesturing wildly with his gun and threatening to shoot himself. But he's not the one who gets shot.
Well, the gun went off. The sheriff's deputy, she got nicked by the bullet.
She rushes out and tells authorities about the accidental shooting.
At which time they order Charlie and the attorney friend out of the house at gunpoint. And they take Charlie into custody. He is taken to the Hollywood station of the Los Angeles Police Department, and he is placed in an interview room.
They need to find Linda and press him for information. He gives them his version of what happened.
During our conversation, he had mentioned that he had hired her to do a photo shoot and that he wanted her to drive the vehicle in the sand, to kick up the sand in order to get an action shot of it.
His story was he wanted her to drive donuts with the SUV, and so he was showing her how to do it.
The back end of the car just basically went out of control. I hit her. And hit Miss Sobek and accidentally killed her.
Now they know what they've long feared. Linda Sobek is dead.
He's still talking about it being an accident, that he accidentally did it, and that he panicked, and that he placed her in the vehicle, and that he buried her in the desert. So we asked him to help us. If this is an accident, would you help us find where she's at? So we brought in a map of the Angeles National Forest, and he had pointed to places where he may have buried her. We got in our vehicles and we drove him out to the dry lake bed that he said that they were doing the donuts in. He said, I think I may have buried her there. We looked there. We looked under yucca trees. We looked behind rocks.
They don't find her. They plan a helicopter search for the next day. That night in jail, Rathbun breaks.
Charlie had attempted suicide, that with a razor, he had slit his wrist and had written on the jail wall in his own blood, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. So I transported him to the hospital emergency room, and while he's being looked at by the doctor, I talked to him some more. And I asked him if he's still willing to show us where he had buried Miss Sobek, and he agreed to assist.
He then joined the detectives for one of the most amazing days I can remember. They searched for hours and hours and hours trying to find her body.
At the end of the day, he pointed to a location and says, I believe that's it. They had turned over a big rock, and they saw Miss Sobek's knee, and they immediately closed out the scene as a crime scene and called for forensics.
It's been 8 days since the talented young woman disappeared.
They found her in very good condition, considering she had been there for several days because of the mountain altitude, and it was in November.
The coroner for Los Angeles County was able to determine that she had been beaten. His examination of her had no indications of an accident.
She had several contusions, a lot of bruising. He hit her hard enough to drive her earrings into her neck. She had been sexually assaulted with a foreign object, and they determined later on that it was actually Charlie's .45 caliber firearm that he had used.
Cause of death, strangulation. At trial, prosecutors explain what the evidence shows really went down that day.
You know, I think you're gonna be perfect for this part.
Thank you.
What I believe happened was that Charlie was up to his old tricks. He tried to seduce women with his camera, promised to make them famous. He lured her out to an area that was secluded.
It's getting really late.
I think he made advances towards her, and that she rebuffed, and this made him angry.
Let me change my camera, hold on. Stay there.
He then sexually assaulted her. He beat her, choked her, and buried her body. That's exactly what I think happened. During the court trial, Charlie testified. And what he testified to is something totally different than what he first told me. And what he finally said in court was that he and Linda were engaged in consensual sex, and that it got rough. She didn't like this rough consensual sex, and that he pinned her down because she was supposedly assaulting him. And this compression that he used to keep her down is what subsequently killed her.
In the the end, Charles was convicted of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life without parole, and he got exactly what he deserved. Linda was a pro. She had done countless modeling gigs, and because of that, she thought, hey, another photo shoot, I'll go out, and it's no big deal.
Unfortunately, out of all the people she could meet, she met Charles Rathbun.
There was a certain sadness within the community because people identified with her. Linda was a beach girl. She was somebody like them, and she was somebody who was intricately part of the community, and she had lots of friends and neighbors, and it was just, very, very sad.
Rathbun took everything from Linda, not just her life, but her future. She was destined to be a great star. And on top of that, she wanted a family, and he took all of that from her and didn't care. It truly is ironic that in the end, Linda did get fame. She did get stardom, and it was for all the wrong reasons. Her death really put her on the map.
Just remember that I love you all.
This program contains graphic violence. Viewer discretion is advised. Fame. It can transform a small-town dreamer into a superstar. Some people make it, and others die trying. Their dreams interrupted. One small-town girl from the Pacific Northwest just might have what it takes.
The second she walked through the door, my heart stopped. I just knew that here was somebody who really had it.
She has to leave home to chase her dreams.
Portland wasn't really a place for a performer to launch a national career.
What attracts young, aspiring actors and actresses to Los Angeles? It's the glamour, it's the glitz.
But behind that glitz lurks danger.
When I got the call the next day, I was pretty much in denial. I didn't believe it.
An ambush by a madman.
There's a common theme with a lot of these people. They're troubled people. They have empty souls.
He wanted to be remembered, and he was willing to achieve it in any way that he could.
For aspiring stars like Rebecca Schaefer, sometimes the pursuit of fame kills. In Hollywood, the only things brighter than the spotlights at a movie premiere are the stars in the eyes of the pretty young actresses hoping to be famous. Very few have what it takes to make it. One who does is 21-year-old Rebecca Schaefer. She's a small-town girl from Oregon.
Rebecca was from the most amazing family. When you think about the ideal parents, that would be Benson and Dana. So loving, so wonderful, and this was their only child. She had a very normal childhood.
Rebecca Schaefer had some special thing. Her smile was to die for. Her big brown eyes were absolutely glorious. But she had a spirit to her. She had a sweetness to her. She had these dimples. She just had this sweet girl next door vibe.
The girl next door, brimming with potential and big Hollywood plans.
Everybody wants fame. Everybody wants to be recognized, That's just, it's a dream.
By 1989, she's inching closer to that improbable dream.
What they saw in Hollywood was that special energy about her, that effervescence that just jumped off the screen.
As an actress, she's ready to break out.
Something big was potentially about to happen. Francis Ford Coppola wanted to talk to her about a role in Godfather 3. She's thinking, this could be my big break. Francis Ford Coppola, Godfather 3.
She wasn't going to a casting director, she was actually meeting with Francis Ford Coppola himself. And she was very excited about that.
She's waiting for a courier to drop off a copy of the Godfather 3 script so she can prepare. She has no idea danger is lurking outside. At 10:15 a.m., maybe it's the courier with the script, but maybe it's not. one thing's for sure. After today, everything will be different. As a kid in Oregon, fame was not the first thing on Rebecca's mind.
There was an innocence about growing up in Oregon during that time. It was a safe place. We could ride our bikes. We could go from one house to another. We trusted our teachers. We trusted our parents. We trusted strangers.
She's the only daughter of a psychologist dad and a writer mom.
Rebecca really captured an innocence. I just think of her as being very classically beautiful and a very beautiful person inside and outside.
Believe it or not, Rebecca initially had plans to become a rabbi. A very noble profession, no doubt, but she was constantly told about her beauty. She heard it all the time. Who could deny it? So she decided at a very early age that she was going to see where she could take that.
She decides to get herself an agent.
I owned an agency in Portland, Oregon, and we had models as well as actors, but there are so few people that have it. And I've been asked to describe what it is, and it's not something you can describe. It's something that you just see when they walk into a room and they fill the room. Like Rebecca, you know, I mean, the second she walked through the door, my heart stopped. I just fell in love with her. She filled the room with her effervescence and her energy, and she was so adorable. I just knew that here was somebody who really had it. She started out as a teen model, and she was just so beautiful and fresh-faced. She did commercials around town.
I saw Rebecca on a couple of go-sees for print work. We were both primarily running into each other for catalog work, for statewide chain stores. She was humble, sweet, very well liked by everybody. She wasn't a show-off in any way. She was just very quiet, sincere.
The modeling is a stepping stone to her real dream, acting. She's cast as background on Quarterback Princess, a TV movie shooting in Portland, starring Helen Hunt, who exploded to fame on Mad About You.
It's just an extra role, and it wasn't much. It didn't pay hardly anything, but she was so excited to have that because you always think, this is my break. Somebody's gonna see me.
But fame can be very fickle, and nobody really sees her. If she wants to make it big, she'll have to leave Oregon.
When I think of Portland in the 80s, I think of it as being a little homespun. It wasn't really a place for a performer to launch a national career.
We had an opportunity to send her to New York to go to the Fame School. Rebecca's parents, Dan and Benson, Rebecca and I, we went out to dinner to discuss the potential for her to move to New York. I was nervous because she was young, she was 16, and New York's a big city, and Rebecca was a very trusting young lady who was just very open with people, and I worried about her.
But her parents know she can handle the challenge, and for Rebecca, it's a chance to follow the dream of a lifetime.
To move to a place like New York City would take very strong and supportive and loving parents. So I give her parents a lot of credit for letting their only child make that move.
In the Big Apple, she's awestruck. New
York City, from an Oregonian's perspective, is like a foreign country. It's big, it's booming, it's a 180 from where Rebecca and I were from. Rebecca had a lot of courage and a lot of drive. And I think Rebecca was very dedicated to what she wanted to do.
To stretch her cash, she moves into an apartment with other aspiring actresses.
6 roommates in a 2-bedroom apartment. You eat cheap, you live as cheaply as you can, you cut corners where you can, because nobody's got a lot of money. If you're not willing to make that sacrifice, and if you just expect it to happen overnight or that, you deserve it, it ain't gonna happen.
Do you want to be on Broadway? Yes, actually, yeah.
Rebecca was a person who looked at life glass half full. So while there were struggles, I think she anticipated those struggles. I don't think she, for a minute, thought it was all going to happen overnight. This was a process.
She starts to book modeling gigs for magazines like 17.
She'd been in Portland magazines, but a coveted magazine like 17, that was pretty big. That was pretty big stuff there.
As a teenager, 17 magazine was everything, and that was our Vogue. It was amazing. I was so proud of Rebecca. Small town girl, you know, makes it big.
She loves the thrill the early steps to fame can bring. But her modeling career hits a ceiling.
She was very tiny and wasn't tall enough or leggy enough to be a fashion model or a runway model.
But there was something about her, I go, she's so watchable, that this is somebody who could have a career in film and television. And I sat her down one day and I said, Rebecca, have you ever thought about acting? And her eyes lit up. And she says, I think I'd really like that.
While finishing high school, she begins taking classes and going on auditions.
Once you're bit by the acting bug, it's fatal. There's just no coming out of that, you know, it's a dream that you're gonna chase.
She catches a piece of that dream when she lands a small role on the soap Guiding Light. Then, a longer-running spot on One Life to Live.
It's a big deal. Suddenly, she's in everybody's living room.
It was very unusual for her to start so quickly and to get as much as she did, because actors struggle sometimes for years before anything happens.
Early success does not guarantee constant work.
Rebecca was doing really good, but then things kind of dry up, and New York is a very expensive place to live. So even doing a little bit of work here and there doesn't really cover all the bills. And so things were getting very, very tight.
And when you're not doing so well, New York can become awfully frosty.
You don't have money, I don't have money, I haven't had any gigs recently. We're gonna get kicked out.
You have to remember the realities of everyone scrambling to get to the top. They'll kick you with their left foot and kick you with their right to get over the top of you. It can be brutal.
I'm sure there were times of loneliness. I'm sure that there were times of fear, the not knowing, and also feeling so far away from home.
It was probably the lowest point in her career.
Then she lands a big audition for a new sitcom starring Pam Dauber, who had just been in the hit series Mork and Mindy with Robin Williams.
She had this opportunity to audition for My Sister Sam, and she was practically broke then.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Schaefer, and I'm going to be reading the part for Patty.
But even at her lowest point, Rebecca was still always a positive person.
Hey, Sam. Thanks for letting me come in.
Rebecca reads for the role,
We're gonna have a blast.
but then it's wait and wait. Will she get the gig?
There's lots of talent, and sometimes it just comes down to a look. Sometimes it's not even the right talent, but it's the right look. Is this the look that I want? There's just no really rhyme or reason to some things in the business at times. It's just the way it happens. And then there is being in the right place at the right time.
If she gets the part, it'll mean a very big break and another move, this time to LA.
You want to be rich and famous? Where do you go? Los Angeles. It's Hollywood. It's the Sunset Strip. It's the movie studios. It's the beaches. It's the weather. It's the glamour.
But that glamour comes with a price.
The dark side of fame is that when you're up there and everybody knows who you are, that takes away your privacy, and it makes you vulnerable to the unstable individuals who might become obsessed with you.
Oregon native Rebecca Schaefer has dreams bigger than the Pacific Northwest and moves to New York seeking fame. Yet the big time comes with risks no one can predict.
Everyone thinks fame is so glorious. Fame makes life so easy. It really isn't that way. There's a lot of pressure that comes with fame. There's a lot of pressure that comes with everyone's microscope on your life.
But Rebecca's ready for it. She's gotten roles on several soaps,
I kind of call it soap operas on-the-job training. It's a great place to get started. You work hard, long hours, you work fast, and you learn the business. And it can be a very lucrative business as well. You look at Susan Lucci, she's done very, very well. Meg Ryan started in soap operas. You know, a lot of people started in soaps.
Yet she's hoping for more than daytime TV. After an audition for the new sitcom, My Sister Sam, she nervously awaits word. Though she's not sitting by the phone, she can't afford one. Then, the incredible news.
I got the part! I got the part! Oh my God, I got the part!
She actually had gotten the role. It was huge. It was so exciting.
My dream is going to be
Television superstar Pam Dauber, who just wrapped Mork and Mindy with Robin Williams, invites Rebecca to move in with her and her famous actor husband, Mark Harmon, in LA. Getting to stay with television royalty is a great start.
Mark Harmon and Pam Dauber were really, really good to her. She was going to be playing Pam Dauber's little sister, and they brought Rebecca into their home. And she lived with Pam and Mark. One of the things it would accomplish was cementing that relationship between Pam and Rebecca. They recognized that this was a very young girl who was not raised in Southern California, who was raised really in the Northwest and had a brief time in New York. And so they were very protective of her. They really took care of her.
As she gets to work, the Oregon girl experiences the real LA.
For people who make that trek from the small town to Hollywood, what the up-and-coming entertainment person finds out is that there's a lot of lying, that there's a lot of using, and that there's a lot of manipulation, and the disillusionment can be hard to handle.
And while she embraced her success, she never lost her Oregon roots. She still was able to maintain that beautiful innocence, and people related to that.
Her talent and attitude get her cast in films too, which is her ultimate dream.
She did the Woody Allen movie Radio Days and had an opportunity to really get her feet wet there. She did Class Struggles of Beverly Hills, where she played somebody totally out of character for her. She played Jacqueline Bissette's daughter, who was a spoiled little rich girl who didn't have any boundaries and was a total opposite of who Rebecca was.
It's a much more sophisticated role than the one on the sitcom. Rebecca's career is starting to mature. She even has a few sexy scenes in the picture. Eventually, she moves out of Pam Dauber and Mark Harmon's house and into her own place, an apartment in the quiet section of LA called Fairfax.
She felt it was time to get her own place, and they went apartment shopping with her to try to find a place that would be safe. And then they moved her into their first apartment. Mark built her a desk, and they just got her all set up and remained very close.
She hopes her next step toward major fame is a role in the final film of Francis Ford Coppola's Academy Award-winning blockbuster trilogy, Godfather 3. A role in this film would put her career into the stratosphere. She would be working alongside legends like Al Pacino.
That would have been pivotal for her. That was going to be her big break to hit it to superstardom.
This was an absolutely stellar opportunity for young Rebecca Schaeffer to get seen by Francis Ford Coppola and have a role in the iconic franchise, The Godfather. Imagine the excitement she must have felt. She was waiting anxiously for that script to arrive.
At 10:15 a.m., a neighbor hears someone at the locked security door buzzing to a nearby apartment. Then, an interior door open and close, and footsteps heading toward the front.
The next thing she knows, the neighbor hears a major blast. It was so profound, it shakes the walls. Her cat jumps in the air. lands back on the floor. This neighbor is thinking, what in the world has just happened?
A screenwriter who lives across the street hears the commotion. He sees someone on the ground and a man in a yellow shirt running off. Neighbors call 911. Passers-by rush to help. Some recognize her. It's Rebecca Schaefer. She's been shot in the chest. She's still alive and manages to say one word.
Why? Ambulances arrive within minutes. Paramedics try desperately to resuscitate her. They put her in the ambulance. They bring her to Cedars-Sinai Hospital.
While doctors try to revive her, police get to work. At the front door, no sign of forced entry.
There was no evidence that anybody broke into the building.
While technicians start looking for prints outside, detectives check Rebecca's apartment. There's no sign of disarray.
There was no evidence of any kind of altercation. It was completely quiet.
Like someone hit the pause button in the young actress's life, with no clues to indicate who. Detectives canvass the building.
It's a very quaint little village community. You've got lots and lots of people in the entertainment industry. Your next door neighbor could be a singer, the guy across the street could be a writer.
They learn about the neighbor who heard the buzzer, but she didn't see anything. Detectives speak to several people who were on the street that morning. They say a white male in a yellow shirt had been trying to confirm Rebecca lived in the neighborhood. He had a manila envelope with him.
Inside this envelope was an 8x10 photograph of Rebecca Schaefer, and he was inquiring as to where she lived. He was asking neighbors, he was asking cab drivers. He was hell-bent on finding Rebecca Schaefer's home.
No one can ID him. Across the street, police also talked to the screenwriter who saw a guy in a yellow shirt. He didn't get a good look at the man's face. Rebecca opened the door for him.
It's very sensible to assume that perhaps Rebecca knew the person when she opened the door.
Then, detectives learn a detail that complicates that theory.
She heard the buzzer in her apartment, but the intercom didn't work. So while she could hear the buzzer, she couldn't press the button and say, "Who is it?" If she hears the buzzer and she's waiting for a script, she's coming downstairs to open that door.
While actress Rebecca Schaefer is not yet a household name, her career is on a steady ascent. From small-town modeling in Portland, to soaps in New York, to primetime TV and film in Hollywood.
I got the part! One thing seemed to lead to another. The soap opera led to the TV show. The TV show led to opportunity in film. She was capturing it.
But then, on the day she's supposed to audition for Francis Ford Coppola for a role in his upcoming film Godfather 3, she's gunned down in front of her apartment. LAPD forensics technicians find no physical evidence at the crime scene that might help identify the shooter. And unfortunately, the building has no security cameras to capture footage of the gunman or any car he might have driven. At Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, ER doctors do their best to revive her, but they pronounce Rebecca Schaefer dead from a single shot to the chest. Crime scene techs found no ejected shell casings, so the gun was likely a revolver. The bullet that struck the young actress down was from a .357 handgun, a hollow point cartridge. Hollow points are designed to expand upon entering a body, to do more damage. Anyone using them has one goal: to kill instantly.
He knew what he was going to do. He was planning on obtaining his prey. And that was what his mission was, and he wasn't going to stop.
homicide detectives have to make that most difficult call, notifying Rebecca's family. News of the actress's death spreads quickly.
An agent in New York called me to say, Nanette, I'm so sorry. And I go, what are you talking about? And they go, Rebecca's dead. And I go, no, she's not. And they says, no, Nanette, she's dead. And I said, no, she's not. I was pretty much in denial. I didn't believe it.
And I remember receiving a phone call from Rebecca's best friend, who's also a very close friend of mine to this day. And I remember hearing it from her first and turning on the TV and just being in shock. It's almost an impossible moment to hear that somebody that you grew up with, somebody who was so beautiful and so kind and so innocent, that their life was taken that way.
Everything came to a dead stop. I was trying to get my head around it because we didn't have any details then. We didn't know what happened, just that she had been murdered. I was devastated. She was like she was my baby. It was like taking a child from me. It was that devastating. And then I thought of her parents, and Den and Benson. It was never experienced anything like that.
Every news station in LA makes it the lead. Other outlets across the country quickly pick up on the horrible tale of a talented young rising star gunned down. Police hope the publicity will bring new leads. But they can't wait and continue their investigation. Early suspects in any murder are those in the victim's inner circle.
When you're dealing with a young woman, obviously the first thought is domestic violence or a boyfriend out to get you for whatever reason, or some sort of a fight that escalates into something more nefarious.
Police learn Rebecca had a boyfriend.
She had a relationship with a young man named Brad Silberling, who was an aspiring director. At the time, he didn't have any big success, but he went on to have great success with projects like Lemony Snicket and Casper.
They were an adorable couple. They were so cute together. I mean, she cared about him a lot.
He adored Rebecca Schaefer. He worshiped her. He wanted to marry her.
But Rebecca wasn't so sure.
It all happened a little fast, a little too soon for her. She cared deeply for him. I just don't think she was ready to be married, and just wanted to kind of slow things down just a little bit.
The very first place the police look are loved ones. So obviously the first person they're going to look at is Brad Silberling.
Detectives need to find him and determine where he was that morning. They also ask insiders if Rebecca had any trouble with anyone in the business.
Agent person, and they're sitting here threatening me, telling me that if I didn't sign their contract, I wouldn't be allowed to work anymore. Is this true?
There was an occasion where she got very intimidated by one of the agents in Hollywood who kind of threatened her. If she didn't sign with them, they would kick her off the show. They would get her replaced. And she believed it. And I remember her calling me in tears. I was furious that somebody would take advantage of her that way, because she was the sweetest person there was.
But no one can imagine the agent killing her over it. Police find no record of domestic dispute calls at the apartment, and she's never reported any threats of harassment.
She was the nicest person on the planet. There wasn't any kind of neighbor that she was feuding with. Here's all police had to go on. A man between 5'7" and 6 feet tall, brown hair, a long sleeve yellow shirt, denim jeans.
He was asking passersby about Rebecca. Then he walked up and shot her.
The fact that he was in neighborhoods showing photographs, trying to determine where she lived, speaks to how obsessed he was, how pathologically obsessed he was with Rebecca Schaefer. And the amount of energy that that would take suggests just how consumed he was. It occupied every cell of his being.
A madman determined to kill, face to face.
Rebecca Schaefer was shot right in the chest at close range. That suggests a ton of anger and rage that he would be willing to do such a violent crime up so close and personal.
Most murdered women are killed by their spouse or lover, so detectives track down and question Rebecca's boyfriend.
When police interviewed Brad Silberling, what they got from him was an absolute sincere love and affection for Rebecca Schaefer. He told them that he loved her, that he wanted to marry her.
He has a solid alibi. He is completely innocent and heartbroken at the loss of his love. It seems no one in her inner circle was involved.
The thing about Rebecca, she always maintained that girl next door, grounded sort of attitude, very loving, very friendly. You couldn't find a single person who disliked Rebecca Schaefer.
Investigators have one theory left.
Her boyfriend was a loving guy with an alibi, no problem there. If I'm a crack detective and I know she has no enemies, and I find out from neighbors that there's a suspicious man walking in the early morning hours in this neighborhood carrying a manila envelope with an 8x10 of Rebecca Schaefer, I'm pretty sure that I've got an obsessed fan on my hands.
Rebecca Schaefer works hard to try to achieve her dream of being a Hollywood star, just as she's on the verge of making it to the big time. A shadowy killer shoots her and vanishes without a trace. Investigators believe the shooter might be an obsessed fan. She had so many fans who wrote to her from all over.
She was right there on the brink to major stardom. I mean, she was very beloved by many people. She had a huge fan base.
She tried to write back, but it got overwhelming. And some of the letters were a little unsettling. Love letters, marriage proposals, sometimes vague threats. It means the list of suspects is huge. She also had fans trying to sneak onto set. One visited with gifts for her, telling security he knew her.
I'm an old friend of hers. Sorry, no idea. I can't let you in. You have to
Thankfully, Warner Brothers soundstage security turned him away.
There's a price to celebrity. I mean, there really is. There's pros and there's cons. There's goods and there's bads.
Rebecca tried not to let it scare her.
She wasn't a fearful person. She wasn't somebody who lived in fear.
But it can be scary.
The difference between a fan and a stalker is that the fan will simply be super interested in what the celebrity is doing, may want to be part of a fan club, ask for some photographs, and that's pretty much it. The crossover from fan to dangerously obsessed stalker is when they start to believe they actually have a relationship with the celebrity. They may come to believe that they have a special destiny with this person and that they're entitled to pursue and that they're driven to do so.
I've covered enough celebrity stalking cases to know that there's a common theme with a lot of these people. They're troubled people. They have empty souls, and they're looking somehow to latch on to something that gives them personal meaning. And who better to do that through but a celebrity whose name is in lights, and they can sort of vicariously live through that fame and fortune.
But who is he? And where?
He's going to have evidence of his obsession in his life space. And when stalkers have the videos and the photographs, it's so they can watch them, look at them, and fantasize. And it's part of their obsessive nature to retain these items and replay them over and over again as they imagine themselves connected and attached to the victim, and in worst case scenarios, put together situations in which they're doing harm to their victim.
LAPD detectives note an eerie resemblance to an attack on another actress, Teresa Saldana, just a few years earlier. After seeing Teresa in Raging Bull, a man named Arthur Jackson paid a private detective to get her mother's phone number for him. Jackson called her mother, posing as Martin Scorsese's assistant to get Teresa's address. Then showed up at her home with a 5.5-inch knife. He stabbed her 10 times, bending the blade with the force. Jackson was stopped, captured, and jailed. Incredibly, Teresa survived. Had Hollywood history repeated itself in a deadly way with Rebecca? Somehow, a madman with evil intentions walked up to a star in broad daylight, killed her, then utterly vanished. Investigators have no viable leads.
There were no warnings from anyone that anyone had been stalking her. They really were starting from ground zero with nothing.
Then, the morning after the murder, LAPD detectives get a call that starts to crack the case wide open. A woman in Tennessee says she's seen the news and thinks she knows who the gunman is.
I think it's my brother, Robert Bardo.
She says Bardo is 19 years old and lives in Tucson, Arizona. She explains Bardo called her the morning of the shooting.
And he said to her, guess what? I'm 1.5 blocks from Rebecca Schaefer's home. Now, she also tells police that he was obsessed with Rebecca Schaefer and had been so for a couple of years.
He has a vast collection of videotapes and photos, all of Rebecca. He's written her dozens of letters over the years. Rebecca answered the first letter, but not the others. LAPD investigators called their counterparts 500 miles to the east in Arizona. But before Tucson PD can find Bardo, he finds them.
Dispatch is getting floods of calls from people. There's a crazy guy running in and out of traffic on a major freeway in Tucson, Arizona. It was puzzling. It almost seemed like this particular person wanted to die.
I was driving into work and overheard on my police radio that there was a person that they thought might be a mental patient or somebody on drugs who was running around in freeway traffic. And I realized that the location that they were giving was about 15 or 20 seconds away from where I was. And sure enough, I looked up there and I saw him just going over the edge of the freeway down toward one of the exit ramps. I got out and just called to him and said, hey, I told him who I was and waved my badge at him. He stopped. He didn't try to run away. So I said, I just want to make sure you're okay. And he was pretty much incoherent at that point. He was not making very much sense.
Then the man says something odd.
He was making references about the fact that he knew that he had done wrong and that he didn't mean for it to be that way. He didn't mean to hurt anybody. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, I didn't go there to shoot her.
I didn't go there to shoot her.
Could this be the man who gunned down the actress? After the ambush murder of actress Rebecca Schaefer, Los Angeles detectives get a tip Tucson resident Robert Bardo might be the shooter.
I think it's my brother, Robert Bardo.
Tucson Police Chief Peter Ronstadt responds to a call about a man acting strange by a highway.
I didn't go there to shoot her.
Ronstadt wonders if this is Robert Bardo and if he's referring to Rebecca Schaefer.
And that rang the bell because that's what they were talking about. on the news.
There were some shocking observations by Bardo's neighbors of him running into a wall head first and swinging from the eaves into windows. This reflects his self-destructive nature. It suggests problems with his impulse control and his propensity for violence because he lacks regard even for his own well-being and safety.
He had some issues with mental health. He was committed for mental health treatment for a period of time.
Tucson police take him into custody and confirm it's Robert Bardo. Searching his bedroom, they find photos, videos, and letters all about Rebecca Schaefer. Robert Bardo is extradited to California. He never confesses outright and pleads not guilty when charged with murder. Slowly, investigators piece together an obsession that built to dangerous levels over time.
He wrote a flurry of fan letters to Rebecca. He showed up on the studio lot for the taping of My Sister Sam and tried to get on the lot.
Do you see ID?
No, I'm here to see Rebecca.
There was nothing that led anybody to believe that he was going to be any kind of a physical threat. Slightly obsessive, yes, but nothing that made them say, oh my goodness, we need to alert police.
Turns out, Rebecca responded to one of Bardo's early letters.
She just was very kind and caring. And so I did worry about that she might be a little too trusting at times, and people can take advantage of that.
When he sent more and more, she decided not to write back again.
The type of personality that commits this kind of murder is one that has narcissism as its foundation. Somebody that believes that they have been offended, has a thin skin, a brittle ego.
Investigators learned Bardo told a friend how angry he got when he saw her sexy turn in scenes from the class struggle in Beverly Hills.
In Bardo's mind, in his narcissistic mind, he's got this idealized, grandiose relationship that he's fantasized that he's having with Rebecca Schaefer. And when she shifted into a different presentation of her acting self from wholesome to something a bit more risque, he couldn't tolerate it. He was outraged, enraged, and he was going to destroy her for that.
Detectives learn Bardo used a private detective to get Rebecca's address.
Robert John Bardo paid a private investigator $250 to get information from the Department of Motor Vehicles. It was that simple. So he says, hey, this is an old friend of mine I know around the studios. Can you help me find Rebecca Schaefer's address? I want to get in touch with her.
He then hopped on a bus to Los Angeles with his gun, Rebecca's photo, and a copy of The Catcher in the Rye.
Catcher in the Rye was the same book found in the hands of killer Mark David Chapman just after he murdered the great Beatle John Lennon.
The lead prosecutor is Marcia Clark, who later gained fame as the lead in the O.J. Simpson case.
Do you know this girl? Do you know where she lives?
At trial, Clark argues that Bardo walked from the bus stop to Rebecca's neighborhood, then spent several hours wandering around, trying to confirm her address.
So Bardo went to a lot of trouble to prepare for his ultimate plan of taking her life. Stalkers who are most dangerous have this degree of investment of energy for their pursuit. And when a person puts their mind to it like this, they are incredibly dangerous.
Finally, he approached her building.
She hears the buzzer, but the intercom is not working, so she has to come and actually answer the door. But she was expecting the script for Godfather 3, delivered via courier.
Hi.
Rebecca?
Yes.
He's a fan, he wants an autograph, he wants to talk. She's a kind person, she doesn't necessarily rebuff him. She talks to him for a while, but then asks him to leave. Remember, the times were slightly different then. In this day and age, I would think that most people would immediately pick up their smartphones and call someone. Hey, there's a guy running around the neighborhood with a picture of a well-known actress. in 1989, I don't think that would necessarily have been an alarm.
He went to a restaurant and got something to eat.
This reflects just how detached he is about what he's about to do. A normal person would be too anxious to have an appetite before something like this. Eating before a horrific event like this speaks to how comfortable he was with what he was about to do.
Never in her wildest dreams does she imagine this guy's going to make a return to her home. The buzzer buzzes again. This time she's saying, it certainly this time must be my script for Godfather 3.
But Robert Bardo had made a decision. Investigators search nearby rooftops and eventually find the bloodied yellow shirt, an empty gun holster, and the copy of The Catcher in the Rye. He must have discarded them as he fled. The murder weapon is never found. He jumped on a bus back to Tucson and was out of LA within hours of the killing.
Robert Bardo did not have a jury. He waived his right to a jury. It's a very unusual tactic, but he did it. What happened was he was sentenced to life without parole.
It was so painful to see Rebecca's parents in the courtroom and to know that they were there because of their daughter and their loss and how tragic that must have been for them.
As a result of this case, a new federal law was passed that prohibits state DMVs from disclosing home addresses. And California passed its first anti-stalking laws to help protect celebrities and ordinary citizens alike.
So it was a turning point and a sad one in a way that her death had to be the single pivotal moment to change the law. But I'm glad that it did something in a positive way.
Rebecca's boyfriend at the time, Brad Silberling, goes on to direct many feature films, including one very personal film.
He took Rebecca's death very hard. It was very difficult for him. One of the things he did was he wrote a movie called Moonlight Mile, and it was kind of his catharsis. It was about a family whose daughter is murdered. It was a really lovely, lovely movie. And I think that was his way of kind of dealing with what his feelings were.
I was always struck at how crazy Bardo was. He had a look in his eye. And that it was sickening to me, like he almost had a pride that he took her life. I hate the fact that he gets any sort of notoriety because of my friend.
Bardo wrote in his diary how important fame was to him. He wanted to be remembered, he wanted to be recognized, and he was willing to achieve it in any way that he could. And ultimately, he knew that if he took her life, he would forever be remembered as the assassin who killed Rebecca Schaefer. This is what I call fame without achievement. It's a cheater's way to be remembered, and it speaks to his narcissistic yearnings, his narcissistic needs.
I don't know if justice has really been served because Rebecca's not here. My friend is gone. It's not fair.
She'd been a big movie star. She would have reached superstardom. I could go down and I could walk on her star on Hollywood Walk of Fame. It would be there. She was just destined for stardom, just not this way.
She was so innocent. She wasn't jaded. There are a lot of not so nice people in Hollywood. She was a lovely person. She did not deserve to die. She had so much ahead of her.
This program contains graphic violence and sexual content. Viewer discretion is advised. Fame. It can transform a small-town dreamer into a superstar. Some people make it, and others die trying, their dreams interrupted. One Midwestern girl seeks superstardom under Nashville's dazzling lights.
Being a country singer was always a dream of hers.
The sky's the limit, since country's celebs are as big as Hollywood's.
Her quest of fame took her to Nashville. She may have been the next Miranda Lambert or the next Sheryl Crow.
But she definitely had what it took. She would just kind of light the stage up.
But on the road toward fame, she meets a terrible end.
When they first found her, she had a belt around her neck.
I pretty much kind of went in shock.
A horrifying murder.
Every death is a tragedy, but this kind of took it into a different realm.
A mother who'll do anything for justice.
It's like, you better hope the police find you before I do.
And the coldest of killers.
He said it's like having a cigarette. Once you've had one, you gotta have another one to have that rush. He said the same way with killing people.
He robbed all of us of seeing what she could have become.
For aspiring stars like Melissa Hofferman, sometimes the pursuit of fame kills. Nashville, the place to launch a music career. And these days, a music career means far more than radio play. It means primetime TV, red carpets, Hollywood. 20-year-old Melissa Hofferman is a Wisconsin native with big dreams of trying for just such an ascent in Music City.
He told her mom and dad we're going to.
Being a country singer was always a dream of hers. It was just something that she always had in the back of her mind that she wanted to do. She always wanted to go to Nashville because when you think of country singers, you think of Nashville and vice versa.
She won't settle for less than fame. Now, having traveled to record in a Nashville studio, she's working on a demo for her debut album.
She had driven down with a producer to Nashville together, had recorded this demo.
Melissa's CD was Melissa. And then on the bottom of it, it says, won't settle for less.
She knows this is just the first step in a long journey. There's much more work to do.
She had scheduled herself to meet with an attorney to take that next step. So she was smart and talented, and she knew where she had to go to further her career.
It was pretty impressive that she got the backing that she did and was able to fulfill her dream of going to Nashville and cutting a record. I have no doubt in my mind that she would have made it big.
Famous. Your name will be in lights. How are you feeling? Good?
My ear's still bothering me a little bit.
At the end of the session, she tells her producer she's not feeling well and wants to head home.
They were supposed to drive back together, but Melissa was suffering from an ear infection. She also was missing her husband. She'd only gotten married a few months earlier and didn't want to be away for any longer. So she decided to go home a couple days early.
She wants to hop a bus back to her hometown of Stevens Point, Wisconsin.
So the record producer dropped her off at the bus terminal in Nashville and waved goodbye and fully expected to see Melissa a couple days later in Stevens Point.
Melissa's mom doesn't like the idea of bus travel.
When Melissa was young, we had taken a bus to Arizona, and a gentleman tried to get me off going in Texas. So at that point, I was not real thrilled about the idea of my daughter taking a bus through big cities. And bless Melissa's heart, she was, like I said, one of the most trusting people I have ever met, and not a candidate to be traveling across the country alone on a bus.
So Melissa decides not to make her mom worry and doesn't tell her.
I actually had not talked to Melissa at all when she was down because I was in the process of moving and I didn't have a phone that weekend.
When the producer calls, Brenda is away from her desk.
When I called the studio, they said, I think she had just left, 15 minutes ago. Or I'm like, oh, great. Okay, I said, did you know what they wanted? And they was like, nope, don't have a clue. I had no idea she was coming home. To be honest, I really wasn't worried about when I was going to hear from Melissa. I figured she was going to be so busy with recording.
The ride from Nashville to Stevens Point will be over 700 miles, a slow 20 hours with several stops along the way. But Melissa quickly makes new friends.
Melissa had a pretty bubbly, carefree personality. She was very trusting. And if somebody were to talk to her, she would absolutely talk to them.
Her quest for fame brought her to Nashville. And now she's just trying to get home. But who else is on the bus? And when they see this rising star, full of vibrant potential, will they do something terrible to destroy her dreams? Melissa's journey toward fame began in a very secure place, the town of Stevens Point, Wisconsin.
Stevens Point is not a huge place, but it's a fairly thriving municipality. It's very safe. I couldn't even tell you when the last time that they had a homicide there.
Melissa had a pretty bubbly, carefree personality. She would talk to anybody. She would help anybody. If she was walking down the street and passed somebody, she would make sure to say hi to them, and she was just that type of person. One look at Melissa and she was definitely all country. It didn't get any countrier than her.
Melissa was always into horses, and I don't know where she got it from, but she was always riding. And then we ended up buying her a barrel horse for her to start competing on, and the girl was hooked. She absolutely loved rodeos.
You wouldn't normally think of Wisconsin as the rodeo state, but a lot of these small communities, especially in central Wisconsin, have a rodeo, and they can be communities of 1,000 people or less, but you'd be surprised how many people come out to the rodeo. It's a big deal.
As a teen, she's named the Kellner Rodeo Queen.
When Melissa was rodeo queen, they had given her a saddle and a belt buckle. The buckle that Melissa got is absolutely gorgeous. It's got her name on it, it has Kellner Rodeo Queen on it, and there's a crown and the date on it.
To get a rodeo belt is a really big deal, and they wear them very proudly. And sometimes to non-rodeo people, you think, why are they wearing that belt with a dinner plate size buckle on it? But this is a huge deal. It's a badge of honor.
It's her first brush with fame, and she takes a shine to it.
She wore it with a dress, she wore it with shorts, she wore her belt and buckle everywhere.
But rodeo isn't her real passion.
When Melissa was little, I believe she was 2. Melissa was singing with a hairbrush and curlers, but then she got her own little microphone that she could turn on the radio and really belt them out. And at 6 o'clock in the morning, she would be belting it out.
She emulates country's hottest stars.
Martina McBride was one that she really liked. She liked her a lot. She used to sing a lot of the Judd songs, Faith Hill songs, Dolly Parton. She sang everybody's stuff.
She tries her hand at televised karaoke competitions.
Melissa absolutely loved singing karaoke. Wherever there was karaoke, she would get her parents to take her because that was her opportunity in a small town like Stevens Point to get her voice heard. And she just enjoyed it. There was a bowling alley and they had karaoke one night a week. Her and her parents and me and my parents would meet at the bowling alley and Melissa would be on stage singing. But she definitely had what it took. I mean, she had no fear of being in front of a group of people. She just got on stage and she would just kind of light the stage up.
She started doing karaoke competitions and she came in 3rd. And the 2 ladies that beat her were both professional singers.
It sounded great.
I think that was the time where she's like, you know, I think I might be able to do this.
She's determined to make this her ticket to fame and starts booking better and better gigs. One of her regular gigs is singing the Star-Spangled Banner.
They had her sing the national anthem for the Kellner Rodeo all the time, and she loved it. She took a lot of pride in our country and, you know, everything about being patriot.
Eventually, she gets invited to sing the national anthem before a Milwaukee Brewers baseball game.
She sent them a tape, and they had her sing the national anthem, and it was kind of cute because the tickets, we got free tickets to go. And I was like way up on the top. After she sang the national anthem the first time, they asked her to come back and sing again. And then we had tickets like right behind the dugout. So she's like, oh, I did good.
How many people can say they got to sing the national anthem at Miller Park for the Brewers? That was a big accomplishment for her.
Country music is on the rise, and stars like Reba McEntire, Tim McGraw, and Dwight Yoakam are as recognizable as Hollywood elite. Already asked for autographs, Melissa's signature earns her a cute nickname, Melissa Love.
When she dotted her I, she would make a heart. It was Melissa with the heart, and it stood for love.
Thanks for coming out.
Growing up, when people would pronounce her last name, she would get so frustrated if they would say Hefferman or just pronounce it wrong. So I can see her changing it up a little bit to make it easier on people.
Melissa's star is rising, and even those outside Stevens Point take notice.
She got a call one night from a lady that asked her if she would be interested in recording some songs that she wrote down in Nashville.
Nashville?
An invitation to
Yes, I can
record
be
in
there next
Music City, where so many music superstars began their own careers. It's a dream beginning to come true, and she'll do anything to make it happen. But when you place yourself into fame's bright spotlight, you sometimes expose yourself to people with deadly intentions you might not have met otherwise. As Melissa chases her dreams, darkness descends and turns those dreams into a nightmare. Melissa Hofferman is a Wisconsin girl with dreams of making it big. First as a music star in Nashville, and then as a celebrity everywhere.
A lot of people have dreams and they don't pursue them, or they don't have the drive to get to where they need to be for their dreams. And there was no holding Melissa back. That's what she wanted to do, and one way or another, she was going to do it.
Her hometown of Stevens Point, Wisconsin, just isn't the place to launch her career.
She did what she could singing around here, but she, you know, you can only do so much. It's a smaller town, and it's, you know, in the center of Wisconsin. It's not in the heart of anything, but her big goal was to be in Nashville and singing.
After a producer discovers her doing karaoke, she asks Melissa to come to Nashville to discuss possibly working together.
We were ecstatic, especially coming into Nashville, and it's the big buildings and everything, and we're like, oh my God, we're like really here.
Hi, Melissa. Hi. How are you?
They meet with the producer, who thinks Melissa has what it takes, and assures her this is the place to really go after her dream.
Her quest of fame took her to Nashville. A lot of people go to Nashville just simply because it's a built-in music industry. You've got recording producers, you've got backup bands, you've got the people that can help you move on to the next step in your career, are all based in Nashville.
This was the first time in a big studio, and she just kind of looked around, and I think it finally hit her that I'm really in Nashville.
After the meeting, they hit the town.
She sang all over Nashville, down the streets, walking around. People are like shaking her hand and asking who she was, and she's like, Melissa? And we're like, Melissa, they think you're, you are somebody, you're a big singer or whatever. And she goes, oh, really? It was so hilarious, but she got more motivated after that.
By August 1999, Melissa and the producer have finalized their deal and plan to record a demo.
We had already been in Nashville several times and talking to different people, and then this lady was doing some financial backing, helping Melissa, with the CD and recording her songs.
But this time, Brenda can't go.
I had just gotten promoted at my job and I was moving at the same time. And I did not want Melissa to go, but Melissa wanted to, get the songs done and everything, the CD and all that.
I wish you could go with me. Something for you. Mom, it's beautiful.
Sweetheart, I love you too. Going to Nashville.
So I didn't really worry too much about it because I figured she's with them, she's at the recording studio, everything should be fine.
I'm gonna go to the movies next.
Melissa has left the safety of small-town Wisconsin, but it's so worth it. She works on her debut album at the same studio where music greats like Taylor Swift, Miranda Lambert, and Blake Shelton have recorded hit records.
She just had a unique quality about her that kind of made her stand out. Her producer said that she had a really good voice, not just for country, but also for pop music as well, too. This CD might have been the first of many for her. She may have been the next Miranda Lambert or the next Sheryl Crow.
It's blue.
But after a few days of recording, she's not feeling well. And despite her mother's fears about bus travel, she hops one to go home. Her producer stays behind to finish mixing the tracks.
The record producer dropped her off at the bus terminal in Nashville and waved goodbye.
The plan was she was staying with them, going to be doing recording. When they were all done with the legal end of it and the CD was where they thought they wanted it, she was riding back to Wisconsin with them. That was what I had agreed to. I did not know anything about them putting her on a bus to come back.
Also unaware that Melissa's on her own traveling north, her new husband.
It was a whirlwind romance. They met and it was one of those things, love at first sight, and couldn't separate them.
I could see it all over her face that she saw him and I'm like, oh my God, there's nobody else that she is going to be interested in if she meets this young man. And they were married probably maybe 6 months later.
Their love had inspired Melissa's title track, Won't Settle for Less.
Her and Thomas got married. It was at the courthouse, but she wanted to have a wedding reception and get remarried for family and friends. And that was the song she was going to sing to Thomas at the wedding. So that was her first song on the CD.
He thinks she'll be returning home to him in a few days.
But sadly, Melissa never made it home to Wisconsin.
After traveling 175 miles north from Nashville, where her fame was finding its roots, She gets off the bus, alone, at a stop in Louisville, Kentucky, and never gets back on. The next day, the bus arrives in Stevens Point. With her husband and mom unaware of the travel, no one realizes Melissa isn't there to claim her luggage.
The year this happened, there was no text messaging. Few people had cell phones back then. I mean, nowadays, you would just text something, oh, just got on the bus, I'm supposed to arrive at a certain time, or, you know. But this is back when we were still using pay phones, so it was very easy for something like this to happen.
Melissa has vanished, and no one knows it, besides Melissa and whoever took her. Then, 2 days later, in a vacant field 5 blocks from the bus station in Louisville, a man makes a gruesome discovery.
A citizen that took a shortcut from one street to another and went through a vacant lot, which is about 5 blocks away from the bus station. Happened upon a partially nude body of a female. When they first found her laying there, the only thing she had on was a bra, and she had a belt around her neck. The belt had a large rodeo belt buckle.
Small-town girl Melissa Hofferman dreams of being a celebrity in the music biz. Her dream takes her to Nashville, separating her from her safety net of loved ones and exposing her to danger. After recording a demo CD in a hot studio there, she gets on a bus to take her home, but vanishes. Now, a body has been found in Louisville, Kentucky, one of the stops on Melissa's bus route. Louisville police respond.
Some of her clothes was laying scattered beside the body. Her purse was found a few yards away with her ID and other items in it.
The ID confirms it's Melissa Hofferman. Louisville detectives contact their counterparts in Wisconsin, who have to inform the family.
I was home thinking, okay, Melissa should be coming home, in a day or two. All of a sudden, I hear a knock at the door, and there's these 2 men standing there. They were both plainclothes. And I looked at him, I'm thinking, uh-oh. And he said, you have a daughter named Melissa? I'm like, what's going on? He says, can we come in? I had this, it's actually her graduation picture, up on the wall, and the guy looked over at the picture, and he didn't even have to say anything. It was like, oh my God. I was not prepared for them to say, we got a call from Louisville, and they found a young lady that had your daughter's driver's license. And I'm like, well, she's not in Louisville. She's in Nashville. I mean, I was totally confused. And that's when I found out that they had put her on a bus. I pretty much kind of went in shock.
The horrible news rips through Melissa's hometown.
Stevens Point was devastated. They lost one of their own. And not only did they lose one of their own, but it was in such a tragic, heart-wrenching manner.
I was in shock because you don't think of something like that happening to anybody that you know. The fact that a local girl actually made it down to Nashville to cut a record and then she never made it home. It was just like something that you would hear about in a big city, not in Stevens Point.
I didn't even have a chance to even start to cry because I knew, okay, well, if this happened to her, we need to find out why and who.
Detectives do their best to decipher what happened.
Looking at the scene with her clothes off, that would have gave some assumption that a sexual assault had occurred. Belt on her neck, that would give a sign that I mean, she wasn't shot, she wasn't stabbed.
The killer seems brazen.
The purse was there, her clothes was there, things tore off her throat, nothing taken away, hidden in the dumpster or anything like that. It kind of leads you to believe maybe just don't care. Louisville PD never did recover DNA, hair, fibers, anything like that, foreign from Melissa. Nothing like that was found on the scene.
And that may seem weird and strange for us to say nowadays when we are so used to seeing police procedurals on TV where they're collecting paint chips or something like that. But every now and then, that just happens.
The lack of identifying evidence could mean several things.
You can have somebody who is just a killer who's just incredibly lucky, that they don't know what they're doing, but they just don't happen to leave anything behind. Or you can have the other end of the spectrum where you've got a serial killer who is so sharp and so smart that they know exactly what they're doing and they know not to leave anything behind.
An autopsy shows Melissa was killed 24 to 36 hours before being discovered, which matches the time the bus stopped at the nearby station. And despite the rodeo belt around her neck, the cause of death is ruled manual asphyxiation.
She'd been strangled with somebody using their hands, but then probably her killer used the belt and with the belt buckle to finish off, to make sure that she was dead.
The cruel use of the belt is especially poignant.
Melissa was very proud of being rodeo queen. So she was very, very proud to still wear the buckle afterwards.
Another strange detail, an ice cream wrapper shoved down her throat.
My take on that is that whoever had strangled her got desperate that she wasn't all the way expired at the time. Sticking wrapper down her throat, using a belt to finish the job.
Detectives keep the detail of the wrapper confidential.
That was only knowledge that they had and the killer had. You know, only the killer would be able to tell exactly that part of information. Because nobody else knew that but the police department.
Investigators began retracing Melissa's last known steps. Her passion for singing brought her to Nashville, but she eventually had to go home.
When she gets on the bus in Nashville, she travels up to Louisville. She's only supposed to have a short layover in Louisville.
It was approximately 10:30 or so. Bus driver told them that they were going to stop for about an hour to get fuel, and they were going to get back on the bus at that point and go to Chicago.
Melissa never got back on. Her rise to fame cruelly stopped just as it was beginning.
What made her leave the bus station where it was well lit and there would have been a lot of people because it's in downtown Louisville, to leave that bus station with a stranger and to go someplace?
Who was that stranger? Someone on the bus or someone from the terminal?
Melissa was a very outgoing, trusting person. I'm not surprised that you may have talked to this guy.
Hey.
Hi. Because as we know, sometimes murderers do have a lot of charisma.
Police asked for a complete list of passengers.
The problem that the Louisville Police Department ran into was the fact that back then, 1999, there was no passenger manifest. You walk up to the window and say, I need a ticket from Nashville to Louisville. They sold you a ticket. They didn't ask you for ID. They didn't write your name down. If there was a seat available, you got a ticket. So there's no place to start. There's no list.
They canvass near the crime scene, hoping someone will talk.
They started going and asking questions, asking, have you heard anybody talking about killing a young lady over by the bus station? And they were getting nothing. Nobody knew anything.
the investigation slows to a crawl.
We went down to Nashville to meet with the police because there was a lot of questions.
The family also tries to keep the case alive in Nashville by posting about a reward.
Actually, a $20,000 reward that a family member on my stepdad's side had put up.
As difficult as it is, Brenda wants to see where her daughter breathed her last breaths.
We went to where it happened at, and I'm looking at the crime scene and I'm thinking, my God, if there was somebody that was going to kill somebody, it was a perfect spot. There was shrubs that were along the street, or the sidewalk, that were taller than me, and it totally blocked out this area.
To Melissa's devastated family, everyone is a suspect.
In all honesty, I looked at every single male thinking, you could have been the one. No matter where I went, I didn't trust anybody.
Somehow, the killer has vanished. Detectives need a break, fast.
In your mind, like they say, the first 48 hours are the most critical, and they are. If that person is still here, I've got to find them. You've got a small window, and that was running out on them pretty quick.
Can you tell us a little bit about your daughter?
Yes, my daughter Melissa was murdered, and we are asking people.
Hoping to draw the killer out, Brenda taunts him on the local news.
I had done a news interview. I had said, I'm here. Basically trying to irritate him or make him mad to come after me, because I figured, hey, you got my daughter, why don't you try the mom too?
We are asking people to please give us any information that they can that'll lead us to the person.
And I was very cold. I didn't care, because it's like, you better hope the police find you before I do.
Melissa Hofferman begins working her way to fame as a country singer, recording her demo CD in Nashville. But on her way home to Wisconsin, she steps off a bus in Louisville, Kentucky, and never gets back on. Her dreams destroyed by a sadistic killer. When police find her body, no clues point to who that killer was.
There was a point that you just kind of sit back and think, are they gonna ever find the guy that did this, or did he get out free and clear? He could have gotten on the bus and been in 3 different states by the time, that her body was discovered. There was definitely thoughts going through my head that maybe they won't ever find him.
Investigators appeal to the public for help, announcing a $20,000 reward offered by the family.
You put it out in the media, hey, we're looking for information involving this homicide. You usually have some people call. It's going to say, hey, I know this, I heard this, whatever. But they were getting nothing.
Melissa's mom even tries to lure the murderer out of hiding by taunting him on TV. But he doesn't rise to the bait.
If whoever done it lives there, they're gonna say something to somebody. Somebody's gonna overhear something, and you're gonna at least get something. But they weren't getting anything.
More than a year after Melissa's slaying, Louisville police get their first real lead when a distressed young woman reports an assault.
There was a guy who was pretending to be a police officer. He was pulling young ladies over and sexually assaulting them.
Detectives review case files and discover similar assaults. In each case, the assailant was a man dressed as a police officer. And many of the assaults occurred in downtown Louisville, not far from the bus station.
They were able to get him through an undercover operation where they actually caught him in the act of pulling a young lady over.
The man's name is Byron Barrows. He's a security guard for several area businesses, including the bus station that was Melissa's final stop.
Further investigation revealed that he had actually been working the night, August 18th, 1999, the night of Melissa Hefferman's murder. So he automatically becomes suspect.
Here he was impersonating a cop and pulling women over and then raping them. And they thought maybe he was the guy who had done this.
A man dressed in a uniform would have posed no threat to Melissa.
The person that did this, maybe she had trusted him, felt safe enough with him, that she could walk down the street.
But when they grill him about Melissa's homicide, he refuses to talk.
They had the fact that he was committing sexual assaults, and they had the fact that he was at the bus station. Other than that, they had nothing to tie him to the murder. They had nothing to even prove that he even saw her.
Without further evidence, they can't charge him with Melissa's murder.
The police department always probably kept him in the back of their mind as being the one who done it, even though they couldn't charge him, because it was their only tangible suspect that they had. They didn't have nobody else.
No direct evidence against Barrows, no other suspects, no new leads. Everyone starts to believe the killer is not a Louisville local.
Nothing, absolutely nothing. So I knew it had to be somebody that she had talked to prior to hitting Louisville.
Years slip by heartbreakingly, and the case turns ice cold.
4.5 years I went through, and my 2 boys trying to grow up at the same time, plus trying to deal with, my emotions, not knowing.
The not knowing is the worst thing ever. And it wasn't even like the not knowing of what happened, because they obviously knew what had happened to her. They just didn't know who had done it to her.
Then, 300 miles southeast in Johnson City, Tennessee, detectives receive a surprising call that at first seems unrelated.
It was about 10 in the morning. My lieutenant had walked in and said, "We've got a body in a basement." And we thought he was kidding us. He said, "No, we seriously have a body in a basement."
Investigators respond to the home and interview the woman who found the body in her basement.
And she claimed that she was taking Christmas decorations to her basement, and she saw something there and discovered a woman.
The body is wrapped in plastic and a blanket. The victim is nude, her hands and feet duct taped. Marks around her neck suggest she was strangled. At first, there's no obvious connection to the Melissa Hofferman murder. But the evil that investigators are about to uncover will finally reveal answers to the terrible slaying of a rising star. As part of her plan to reach fame as a singer, Melissa Hofferman makes it to Nashville, but she doesn't make it back home to Wisconsin. She's killed during a scheduled bus rest stop in Louisville, Kentucky. And the homicide case goes cold for over 4 years. Then, 300 miles away, in Johnson City, Tennessee, a woman makes a shocking discovery. A body in her basement, wrapped in plastic and a blanket. Police try to identify the victim, who has been strangled to death.
We looked everywhere in there for everything. One of the detectives opened the freezer, and there was a purse down in it. And there was an ID in there with her picture on it, and with her name.
She's 24-year-old Patricia Williams. The blanket she's wrapped in came from the bedroom of the homeowner's son, 22-year-old Glenn Isaac Goings.
Her car was gone, her son was gone. Seeing the stuff removed from his room, we pretty much assumed that he was somehow involved.
If he's a brazen killer who would strangle a young woman and dump her body in his mother's basement, investigators have to find him fast. They send notices nationwide, asking police to be on the lookout for Goins and his mother's missing car. Detectives realize they've met Goins before.
Johnson City Police Department had dealt with him prior as a juvenile. I guess his most notorious actions as a juvenile was when he attacked the juvenile guard with a fire extinguisher, stole the guard's vehicle, and drove to Florida. So he was no stranger to violence.
2 days later, and 200 miles to the southwest in Chattanooga, the effort pays off when an officer notes a suspicious vehicle.
About 3 o'clock in the morning, I got a phone call that Hamilton County Sheriff's Department found the car. Isaac was actually sleeping in the front seat when they found him. I began to talk to him I said, we found a body in your mom's basement. How'd I get there? He said, I don't know. I said, well, I arrested your mom. And at that point, it just totally changed him. He said, I did it, I killed her. That was his words, I did it, I killed her.
Then, Goins reveals his true evil nature.
And he said, it's like having a cigarette. Once you've had one, you gotta have another one to have that rush. He said, it's like a rush. You want to feel it again. He said, the same way with killing people. He told me he killed women in Miami, Tampa, Clearwater, 3 or 4 down there, and mentioned he had killed one in Louisville.
Johnson City Police reach out to Louisville homicide detectives and realize he's talking about Melissa Hofferman. Goins admits what happened.
So we decided, he never said why, to get on the bus to Louisville. And by his admission, when he got on the bus to go to Louisville, he wanted to kill somebody.
He likely saw and heard the talented singer on the bus.
That would totally be Melissa, to be sitting there just kind of humming along with songs, and she would strike up conversation with anybody.
Perhaps, to his twisted mind, a rising young music star was the perfect victim. If he killed her just as she was ascending toward fame, the murder might get more press and bring Goins the sick notoriety he craves.
He was planning on murdering somebody to make a name for himself, being a serial killer. Melissa was going to give him that opportunity. An up-and-coming person who has been in Nashville. Obviously, the newspapers have done stories on her. They are going to remember her because she does stand out.
When he saw Melissa, he got off the bus at Louisville, he walked up to her and he knew at that point he was going to kill her if he could.
Like many serial killers, Goins knew how to appear normal, trustworthy.
If he walked up and got her into conversation, she would start walking and talking and...
I want to get something, but I'm sure they don't have anything healthy. Road food, what can you do? So, I'm kind of sore from that ride. You want to walk while we talk?
Then, next thing you know, oh my goodness, we're away from everybody. Should probably turn around and go back.
Melissa had the way about her that we all wish we could have, that we could see the good in everybody. But she was that way to the wrong person. He said, I was afraid she was going to come back alive. So I found a wrapper and stuck it down her throat. That's information we have not released to anybody. So that's our guy. Glenn was never remorseful. He never made one comment at any point that he was sorry about what he'd done.
Glenn Isaac Goins is indicted on charges including rape and first-degree murder for the attacks on Patricia Williams and Melissa Hofferman.
I think Glenn Isaac Goins knew he was going to prison or death penalty.
So Goins takes the coward's way out, hanging himself in his jail cell.
I had real mixed emotions. Oh, good, he's gone. You know, don't have to ever worry about him again. I was relieved, but yet I wasn't, because I wanted her day in court. I had planned on, she had recorded Martina McBride's Independence Day. I had it on tape, and I was gonna play it in court. So she got her last word, and he wasn't gonna get to take anything more away. That she was gonna get the last word on him. It's like, let the guilty pay. He was a monster. I don't know what made him that way. I don't care what made him that way. All I know is that he took a very beautiful person away from a lot of people who loved her.
While Melissa's friends and family remain haunted by the loss, they find some comfort in her music.
She's got this CD out there and they can listen to her music. So in that respect, it's a little satisfying to not just focus on the murder, but focus on the person.
In a way, her music has gotten out there. It's just a sad way about it. I listen to her CD quite often, and my kids know when it's playing, okay, quiet, Melissa's on. So I try to honor her that way.
Glenn Goins, he not only robbed her of her life, but he robbed her of her future, and a future that may have included singing at the Grand Ole Opry or multi-platinum records.
He robbed all of us of seeing what she could have become.
I look at a lot of these stars and singers and stuff, and I see so much of Melissa in some of them, like Taylor Swift. She's quite an inspiration. She's quite a young lady. I could see Melissa doing some of the things that she's done. But it's a shame because nobody will get to know.
We have our parade. We have Melissa Opperman, who is singing the national anthem.
Melissa wanted to be famous. She wanted to be known for her singing. Sadly, her name did make it into the newspapers and into the news, but for just such a tragic reason. It wasn't because of her talent, it was because of how she was killed. And that's the ultimate tragedy.
A round of applause for our singer this morning, Melissa Opperman, with a great voice.
This program contains graphic violence and sexual content. Viewer discretion is advised. Fame. It can transform a small-town dreamer into a superstar. Some people make it, and others die trying. Their dreams interrupted. A New Jersey girl moves into the city, hoping to find fame in the Big Apple.
She would have done anything to be an actress, anything.
She was very real. She was a new look. She was young, sweet.
The sweet girl in the big city sets her sights on show business fame.
New York City has always been a magnet for the entertainment industry. This is Broadway.
But New York isn't always the safest place for a girl with a dream.
Muggings were a real concern. It was a dangerous, dangerous time.
The young actress vanishes.
For her not to answer the phone, we definitely knew at that point something was wrong.
But no one expects the horror that comes next.
He saw a young woman naked lying on the rooftop.
Why would this happen to her? It's incredible.
For aspiring stars like Karen Schlegel, sometimes the pursuit of fame kills. New York City, the largest city in the U.S. and a mecca of stage and film performance. Every year, thousands of aspiring actors and actresses from all over the globe flock to the Big Apple, dreaming of success under its non-stop lights. 23-year-old Karen Schlegel grew up just 20 miles north of Times Square, in the 2-square-mile town of Kreskill, New Jersey. But it seemed a world away.
We grew up in very suburban, middle-of-the-road, middle-class American suburbs. We had the normal high school, grammar school, normal middle-of-the-road American kids.
Karen dreams of more than middle of the road.
She wanted to be an actress more than anything else in the world, and that's what she was going to do. She worked hard at it, and that was it. Nobody could stop her.
First, the stage. Then, hopefully, movies.
She saw the theater as just something beautiful and wonderful and idealistic, and also an opportunity for her to really come out and be noticed.
So far, she's done some modeling and stage acting in New York. Then, she takes her next step. She lands her first lead film role.
And I remember being so proud of her. We were all extremely happy for her because we knew that's what she really wanted to do.
I think there were about 3 different parts, and Karen seemed to have one of the major roles.
Being cast in a film, even an independent feature like this, is a big deal in New York.
Most of the television and film was on the West Coast. Theater, live theater, was mostly what we did in New York City at that time.
Only a few filmmakers, like Woody Allen and Martin Scorsese, do a lot of work in the city. But the work they do is amazing, and Karen wants in.
We need to toughen up your image now. I'm so excited for this.
I know. I'm so excited about the movie.
I know.
One warm summer night, Karen and a friend are running lines when more good news arrives. An opportunity to do a national ad campaign.
God, yes, I can be there.
A photo shoot for a Lifebuoy soap commercial. Print ad. I mean, could this be it?
Guess what? I just got a shoot tonight.
The photo shoot is that night. Running lines will have to wait.
Do well, have fun, don't be nervous.
She doesn't have much time to get ready. First, a lead in a film, and now a national ad. Maybe Karen's dreams are finally coming true.
Karen had the desire to go over there for a quick photo shoot and also to increase her portfolio. Off she went.
This could be the beginning of an amazing future of fame. But the next day, Karen's not back in her apartment. It's not like her to blow off rehearsals. Friends call over and over, no answer. They call more friends and family, but no one has seen Karen. Has something happened to her just as she's getting her big break in the Big Apple? Karen's dreams of fame begin in Cresskill, where she's raised the older of 2 girls.
Karen was very, very, very shy. She was so shy that she didn't really socialize with the kids. And they got almost worried about that because they thought she was too shy. But then she started to come out of her shell a little bit. She started with ballet lessons and wanted more than anything to be a dancer at first. She had the grace and the love for it. She would go to see Rudolf Nureyev and Margaret Fonteyn, and she would see also a Russian ballerina by the name of Maya Plisitskaya in the Russian Ballet in New York, and just totally fell in love with that. She just thought it was the most beautiful thing she ever saw in her life. And I've never seen anyone who wanted something as much as that. She just loved all of that stuff. The fantasy fairyland.
Despite her talent and her drive, she eventually learns she's so small she doesn't have the physical strength to be able to dance professionally, and won't make it to the spotlight in pointe shoes. Sadly, she has to give up on that dream.
She went to Concordia College in New York, and she studied a secretarial course, and she totally hated it.
But there, she discovers a new passion.
And that's when the acting came. She could come out and be herself. She could go from being an introvert to an extrovert.
Lots of actors, they're drawn to this freewheeling, and the more you get into it, the more you discover that you can be anybody, and everybody accepts you because you're an actor.
Karen quickly winds up in the spotlight.
She was Olivia in 12th Night at Concordia College. She had a long dress on, and she had this long neck and this blonde hair. She loved the costumes, and she loved the elegance and majesty of it all, most of all. Everybody thought she was phenomenal, and they gave her a standing ovation and bravoed her, and I thought she did a great job.
But after college, she has to put her acting dreams on hold to earn a living.
She landed a job at one of the big publishing houses, McGraw-Hill.
She was an editorial assistant there. And she also edited a book called House Architects Design for Themselves. It was really interesting. I was like, Karen, you know, that's an achievement. But she didn't brag about it at all. She just went to work and did it.
It's interesting work, but Karen realizes she wants more.
She did not want to continue in McGraw-Hill. That was not her main priority at all. Was not even close to her desire to be an actress. She would have done anything to be an actress, anything.
She had this inner voice that kept telling her, perhaps you should go to show business. She got the bug to become an actress.
She started taking classes at the Lee Strasberg Institute in New York, and she became involved with method acting.
Karen decides it's time to take the risk. She leaves her parents' house in the Jersey suburbs and settles in Greenwich Village, the center of New York's art scene.
She moved out for the first time with her friend Charlotte in Flushing, Queens. There she didn't have her own room, and she would sleep on the sofa in the living room.
Everybody comes to New York. It's the big time. As the song says, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Kids just out of high school, kids just out of college, all came to New York and try to make their way.
The publishing job leaves precious little time to follow her acting dreams. She'll have to pick one or the other.
My mom was very much into her staying at McGraw-Hill. My mom was a journalist and a writer. And Karen also had a terrific talent for writing. And I think my mom saw that she was just in a very, very good job where she could be promoted. It was a safe job, and my mom just wanted to have her stay there.
Karen knows she has to follow her heart.
She actually quit her job there and went to work as a waitress at a restaurant up at Penn Station.
It's low pay, but it's more flexible to allow for auditions.
I don't think she cared about the money. I think she just wanted to do it and be noticed. And I think she would have thought that everything else would fall into place after that. I kind of felt like, well, she's Karen, and Karen knows what she's doing. And I just trusted her that this is what she wanted, and go for it, you know? I tried to encourage her.
Her father has serious concerns.
He started to think that her lifestyle was kind of questionable a little bit, and he was really nervous about what she was doing. He really didn't like this at all. What my father was deeply scared about was her apartment in the Village, which was kind of not in a good neighborhood.
New York City was one of the grittiest places on earth. The crime rate was through the roof. Drugs were rampant. It was kind of a city out of control. Our parents should have definitely been worried.
In leaving the safety of the suburbs and the security of a steady job to follow her dream to become a famous actress on the stage and screen, will Karen fall prey to the city she loves? Seeking fame on Broadway's stages and on the big screens of movie theaters, small-town girl Karen Schlegel moves from the quiet suburb of Crest Hill, New Jersey, to New York's Greenwich Village.
New York City has always been a magnet for the entertainment industry. I mean, let's face facts. This is Broadway. Anybody who ever wanted to be an actor looks to come on the stage of Broadway, the great white lights of Broadway.
Stars like Jane Fonda and Ellen Burstyn built huge careers in New York, going from stage to screen and back again. But making it in the Big Apple isn't easy.
Every actor has to have what we call a day job because there's never enough work to go around.
Waitressing was cash, and you could walk out with money. There was always a flexibility of working, your auditions around the schedule.
In New York, she didn't have much money, and it was pretty much waitressing and going on auditions. But she had such a determination to do this that she went for it.
To work on her acting skills, she tries to follow the lead of her silver screen idol, running around the city to catch every Marlon Brando film she can.
That could have been a contender.
Marlon Brando was the actor she totally adored. One thing was that he was a method actor, and she really believed strongly in the method acting approach.
The bills pile up. Method acting classes at the Lee Strasberg Institute, rent, and just trying to get noticed.
You were constantly marketing. You needed a headshot, you needed postcards, you needed to be sending out postcards, you needed to be networking. It just never stopped.
Karen did complain about financial troubles. She said, I don't know if I can make it. And she was starting to doubt herself a little bit and was a little bit scared if she wouldn't make it, what would she do? But she still kept at it. And my father visited her with my mother and wanted to give her $200. And, in those days, that was like a lot of money. And she said to my mother, maybe Daddy can't afford this, and maybe I shouldn't, take it.
Come on, at least let us do this.
My mother said, Karen, take it, come on, take it.
We love you, sweetheart.
She accepts the money, but hopes not to spend it. She wants to do this her own way.
Think of every actor's dilemma, unless you happen to come from a very wealthy family. And there were some people who did, and it certainly gave them an advantage.
There are other parts of the industry that make her family uneasy.
She mentioned that some actors took her clothes off her director. And my mom said to her, Karen, that's not good. That girl shouldn't do that. And Karen said, Mom, if that's what it's going to take for her to get a part, she's now a famous actress, so why not?
Actresses like Jane Fonda have done tasteful nude scenes, so while it can be uncomfortable, sometimes that's what the work requires.
Being an actor, it's crazy. There are good experiences and there are crummy experiences where you go to an audition and you know the audition is nothing is going to come of it, and it's just a way for them to publicize themselves as if something's going on and it really isn't going on. And then there are the places where you go and they want you to try something on, like a bathing suit, you know, so you're supposed to go into the bathroom, take off all your clothes.
She knew that there were things along the way that you kind of had to do, which maybe were not so pleasant, but you had to do it if you wanted to get parts. And I know that's probably the way the industry works.
Yet, even outside the casting calls, New York's a tough town, and sometimes a dangerous one.
Karen was on her way home one night from her job, slightly later than her normal rush hour commute. She boarded a train, hardly anybody on a train. And these two punks got on the train with only one motive. Let's grab her.
What are you doing? Stop it! What are you doing?
A resident in the city finds the abandoned purse with Karen's ID in it.
Called her mom out in Crestkill, and they said, "Does Karen Schlegel live at this address?"
Oh my God. Is she okay?
She said, "Well, what's wrong?" "Well, we have her back."
Where is she?
And she was very upset, naturally, as any mother would be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So she called Karen's roommate. Karen's roommate told her on the phone, "I'm not supposed to tell you. Yeah, she was robbed on the subway. She was mugged. But she's okay."
The incident scares her parents, and they want her to come home.
But everybody was hopeful. I think that was the big deal. We were all hopeful because all you needed was one good break, as we all said in those days.
This summer after moving to New York, Karen responds to an audition call for an independent film being produced by a man named Charles Nikkol.
All right, well.
I showed up at the audition at Charles' apartment. There were only female parts in this particular movie, and I met Karen that very first time. She had been sitting there, and he had asked her to stay and read. He was kind of eliminating people that evening.
That I would like to have both of you in the film. You got the part.
But Karen's audition blows the producer away.
She had a freshness to her. She had kind of a sense of purity to her. You know, an authenticity to her. She was fresh, she was a new look, she was young, sweet.
She and her new friend get 2 lead roles.
When she got this part in the movie, she was so excited. I mean, she was like calling me just so happy. I thought that this was wonderful.
Karen hopes her good luck streak extends to her dating life.
She didn't really date much in college, but when she got out of college, she wanted to really date seriously.
And a friend had set her up on a date, a fellow named Marty. Karen actually became interested in Marty, and the feeling was mutual, and they were going to date.
Maybe life in New York City isn't so bad after all. It gets even better when the film's producer takes the cast out for a night on the town to celebrate.
He had called me and said that they were going to the plaza. Can you believe that? I mean, and he did take them to the plaza. I was not able to make it.
A lead role, a possible new boyfriend, and now a fancy dinner at the plaza. Her dreams are coming true.
He had actually talked about taking it further, you know, that it was going to be more than that. And I think even in one of the phone calls, he called people up and said that he was getting some sponsors, that he was getting some money behind it, and that he was going to shop it and it was going to go further. So sure, I mean, people wanted to feel that if they were going to invest this time, there was no money, but he was taking a whole bunch of people out there.
The night after the big dinner, she gets the call about the soap advertisement.
Hello?
The caller, Charles Nikkol, the film producer who also does photography.
She was happy to part in the movie, and he said he had a soap commercial for her. He needed her to come over.
Guess what? I just got a shoot tonight.
He was going to photograph her, and she went over there.
Then she disappears. She doesn't show up for her rehearsal date with her friend the next day. That's quickly followed by another troubling discovery.
A highway worker happens to notice a woman's handbag, probably belonging to some poor woman who got her bag snatched off her while she was waiting for a bus along Central Park West. Well, that's what this guy thought. Then he opened the bag. And the money is on top of the wallet. Now, this is a mugging. Why the hell is there money here? Obviously, the thief would take the cash.
The ID inside the wallet belongs to Karen Schlegel.
So he calls the cops. When Karen's mother first got notified that the handbag had been found, she basically said on the phone, "Oh my God, here we go again, another mugging."
I'll call her right away. We'll get in touch with her.
This was the second time that a handbag belonging to Karen had been found. You know, what's wrong with this girl?
She tries to get in touch with her daughter.
My mom called after the pocketbook was found. We just never got an answer in her apartment. For her not to answer the phone when we called, that was very, very unusual because it happened for a few hours. I mean, if she were going away, she would call us and let us know. We definitely knew at that point something was wrong.
The story of Karen Schlegel's rise to fame is about to take a chilling turn. Trying to follow in the footsteps of celebrities like Jane Fonda and Ellen Burstyn, aspiring actress Karen Schlegel looks to launch a career in New York City, starting with stage work and shifting into film. But after leaving her apartment for a photo shoot, she disappears. Her family learns a highway worker found her pocketbook dumped on a trash can. Yet they know little else.
We knew she was missing. We were all talking how concerned we were that we haven't heard from her. Something happens to her, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Muggings were to a point where it became a real concern. It was a dangerous, dangerous time.
The following morning, a tenant in a Greenwich Village apartment building reports a leaking ceiling to her super.
Super came up, all right, well, let's check the roof. They both went to the roof together. And they looked around and there's a little puddle of water, but obviously some work needed to be done. But then the super walked to the edge of the roof. And he just couldn't believe what he saw.
A young woman naked lying on the rooftop. And he immediately called the police. And that's how the investigation started.
Homicide units from several precincts respond.
They came to the roof with a medical examiner to examine the body.
The young woman's face is badly beaten. Her breasts are bruised, and there are lacerations on her stomach and thighs. It looks like she was strangled.
There were ligature marks. And one of the first things you do is look for petechial hemorrhaging. What petechial hemorrhaging is little red dots in the eyes.
They are capillaries ruptured by increased pressure in the head when airways are obstructed.
It's almost 100% indicative of a strangulation. The next step is to look at the back of the body. There may be a knife stuck in the back. It could be, multiple gunshots. You don't know until you physically turn the body over. So before they did anything else, they turned the body over.
There's no major damage to the back of the head, meaning she wasn't dropped there from another rooftop. Then they spot a strange detail.
They noticed part of her back. There was a rectangle with 3 perfect circles It almost looked as if she was branded, like someone branded her.
And the question is, where did that branding come from? Did it happen sometime before her death, or did it happen during the course of her death, or after? So that was a very significant piece of evidence.
There's no ID, no usable fingerprints, nothing. Who she is, why she was killed, and who did it. Everything's a complete mystery.
The first inclination is a sexual assault, boyfriend-girlfriend thing, or a violent husband, a case of domestic violence. Maybe another woman killed her because of jealousy over a guy.
Most crimes occur between A and B who have a relationship. A very small percentage of crimes occur where there is no relationship at all, and the defendant randomly selects.
If it's not an insider, it's much scarier.
Every detective hopes to God that it's not the case, is that this is the result of some serial killer. Someone out on the street who's probably going to murder again.
Detectives go door to door, talking to the building's tenants.
You do a canvass, and you knock on every door in that building. First of all, you make sure that everyone's accounted for. Then you ask the obvious question. Did you have a female guest? I mean, we have a body on the roof.
No one remembers seeing anything suspicious. Across the river in New Jersey, Karen's parents still can't get her on the phone. Their worry is reaching a fever pitch.
They weren't getting any phone calls. The father was sent by the mom to Karen's place of employment, the restaurant where she was working as a waitress. And no one there had seen her. She hadn't showed up for work. And the mother is hysterical.
Homicide detectives work to identify the victim.
Detective in the 6th precinct where the victim was found made calls to several different precincts just to see if there was any missing person. One place he called, they said, yeah, we have a purse stolen. He said, well, do you have a photograph? Did we have a photograph?
They compare Karen's ID from the purse to the body.
And, well, they believe they have a match. And at that point, they reach out and they eventually notify her parents.
I was crying. I was so upset. So my parents went to the police station. And my father, he went in and he identified her. He was in a state of shock. He said, that is my daughter. And he kneeled down next to it, said a prayer. And then he collapsed and he went out and he said, it's her, it's her. I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. She was so happy. All she wanted was to be an actress. I don't think I'll ever get over it, ever. It was so devastating for all of us. I don't think people can even begin to imagine when something happens to a close family member who just wanted to fulfill her dream, and that's all. Nobody knows how it feels unless you go through it.
An autopsy confirms the cause of death.
The medical examiner informed me that it was a ligature strangulation.
The killer used so much force, he broke Karen's neck. There's still no explanation for the bizarre brand on her back. The murder becomes big news.
Karen's story received a lot of media because here was a young woman who was pursuing her dreams and wound up meeting a psychopathic killer. That story was the lead story on the 11 o'clock news.
One of those watching is Karen's friend, who'd set her up on a blind date.
First thing that hit her was, oh my God, Marty, this new love interest. They had no idea who this guy was. They met him in a bar. Maybe he's the killer.
Had the rising actress's fledgling romance turned fatal? In New York City, 23-year-old Karen Schlegel works hard to achieve her dream of being a stage and screen actress until she's found murdered and left on the roof of a building on Waverly Place in Greenwich Village. She's been beaten and strangled to death, and there's a strange mark, like a brand, on her back. But nothing indicates who killed her or how she got on the roof. As news spreads about the aspiring actress's terrible death, one of her friends suspects a guy Karen had been interested in, Marty, might be involved.
Maybe this is domestic violence. Maybe this is spurned boyfriend. You naturally go to the partner, whether it's a man or a woman. It's just a natural progression for detectives.
But the friend doesn't know Marty's last name or where he lives. The insiders detectives can find get ruled out. The lead goes nowhere.
You run down every alley you can. We checked out all her relationships, of course, all of which came up zero.
Another of Karen's friends comes forward with a more promising lead.
It was a friend of Karen Schlegel. She was rehearsing a play with her, and Karen received a telephone call while they were rehearsing.
Hello?
This was the night of the crime.
The friend tells detectives about the producer asking Karen to come over and shoot a soap advertisement.
So we knew that she was going to his apartment because he said he was doing a print ad commercial.
She explains the producer's name is Charles Nikkol, and he lives on Waverly Place with his wife.
And I said, Waverly Place? You mean the building where the body was found? Yes.
Suddenly, a case that started with scant evidence begins to move fast. Detectives check their records of the initial building canvas and learn investigators spoke to Nikkol after the body was found, asking him if he'd had any female visitors the night before. He told them he and his wife hadn't been home that night. If Karen did go there for the shoot, it's an absolute lie. There's still no proof she made it to his apartment. Yet, when they run Charles Nikkol's name, they learn a troubling fact. He's a felon on parole for a very similar crime.
His parole officer saw it on TV and called the police.
He killed another young woman at a different apartment when they lived over in Kips Bay on 28th Street.
That victim was 25-year-old secretary Susan Reynolds. She'd been taking vocal lessons from Nikkol.
Nikkol killed Susan Reynolds with a ligature tie. He dragged her down a couple of flights, found a vacant apartment, carved her up with a razor blade, performed a sexual act on her in death. And then he called the police. And he said as he was shopping on his way back up to his apartment, he saw the deceased in this vacant apartment. The detectives who responded to his call looked at him, they looked at Susan Reynolds, and they knew immediately this is not a guy playing with a full deck.
Nikkol confessed and was given a plea deal, which came with a surprisingly short sentence: 7 to 15 years in prison for manslaughter. But his actual stay was even shorter.
He was released after 5.5 years on the Susan Reynolds case because they determined that he was a model prisoner. Not only was his MO strangulation ligature, which was this case, not only was his MO to then to drag the deceased away, he dragged Susan Reynolds down a few flights.
That paroled murderer is the very man Karen was supposed to meet that night.
They knew that he had killed Suzanne Reynolds before, and he was out on parole. So they suspected that it was him, and that he did the same thing again to Karen.
Once it became clear that Nikkol lived in the building, and the medical examiner informed me that it was a ligature strangulation, which was his MO from the Susan Reynolds case, it became very clear to me Nikkol was the murderer. Now the question was, could we find the evidence that would support a case against him?
At Karen's apartment, investigators discover a direct connection between their victim and their suspect.
They found various letters from Charlie, and they also found the advertising ad in one of those backstage papers, and it was circled.
During the search, they also uncover more poignant evidence. That $200 her father gave her, which she needed so desperately.
She refused to spend it. That's the kind of girl she was. Really decent, you know.
An evidence team turns up more vital clues at the crime scene.
Now the criminologists have done their work, crime scene guys, and they've seen all the marks, bloodstains go right down the stairs.
Now, does that mean that it was Nikkol initially? It could have been anybody in the building. Who did it? It was just another circumstantial piece of evidence in a mosaic, if you will.
Investigators decide to try to get Nikkol to confess.
This is Charles.
They try to set up a sting with a female police officer playing the part of one of Karen's friends.
I wanted there to be a confrontation. I know you murdered Karen. Why did you do it? She would be wired, and anything he said would be incriminating.
For a photo shoot, and she did a really great job.
The sting doesn't go quite as planned.
The police woman who made the telephone call was in a hotel room that we had set up and asked him to meet her in this hotel room.
No, I'm not going to a hotel room. I'll tell you what.
He said, I'll meet you downtown. The policewoman played the role a little bit too much by the book and said, no, I'll only meet you in the hotel room.
Look, I'm not going to a hotel room.
Nikkol hangs up without agreeing to a meeting. With little direct evidence and no admission on tape, investigators will have to try to get a confession the old-fashioned way. But it won't be easy. Karen Schlegel struggles with a smile as she tries to become a working actress in the Big Apple. Just as she's on her way up, she's found strangled and possibly branded on a New York rooftop. NYPD detectives believe they know who killed her, recently paroled murderer Charles Nikkol, but they have little direct physical evidence and hope for a confession.
So detectives invite him to the station house. He agrees, comes to the police station. They give him his Miranda warnings, and they begin a Q&A.
He says he didn't see Karen on the night she was killed, claiming he and his wife weren't even home that night.
He was with his wife at a friend's apartment. Words to that effect that in his mind exonerated him from obviously murdering Karen Schlegel.
Nothing else.
Nobody buys his story. Detectives keep the pressure on.
Sometimes it's very difficult for them to sit and tell how they brutally destroyed a young woman. After many hours, he gives them bits and pieces, and he's slowly going into it. As time rolls on, the questions become, more direct.
I'll tell you everything.
Eventually, he said, okay, now I'll tell you the whole story.
There was no movie.
He admits the independent film Karen auditioned for, the project that was going to launch her career, never existed. He used the casting notice to hunt for victims to feed his bloodlust.
He thought that the best way to get a large group of women from whom he would select his victim was by creating a false narrative. And the false narrative was that there was a movie.
If you want to file back there, we'll get started.
That if they responded for an audition and they were chosen, that would further their career. He played upon that, and that's why these women responded.
He admits Karen was not his first choice of victim that night.
He called up a young woman, not Karen Schlegel, and asked her to come to his apartment. And the husband asked her where she was going, and she said she was going to this fellow's apartment. And he said, like hell you're going. You're not going to go to some guy's apartment at 8, 9 o'clock at night. And she reluctantly stayed home and cheerfully called up Nikkol and told him that she couldn't make it. And then he called up Karen Schlegel.
Karen, who worked hard for just such an opportunity, agreed to come to the shoot.
Karen was in the apartment with Charles, and Charles had everything set up for a photo shoot. It looked very professionally rigged, and she was kind of at ease.
But as they began the session, he changed,
You're so hot.
turning very creepy.
Kind of grabbing his crotch and, doing things that weren't exactly normal. She became concerned and she said, excuse me, like, what are you doing? Why are you touching yourself? And he said to her, do I turn you on? Things just got worse from there.
She wanted to leave, but there was no leaving Charles Yuckel.
And they had a physical confrontation. She got punched in the face a couple of times. And he was able to seize that opportunity. He had a necktie, wrapped it around her neck. It's a tremendous physical struggle, the fight of her life. Sadly, she lost.
Her dreams of stardom destroyed by a madman who promised her exactly that.
And the phone rings, and it's his wife. She says, I'm on the way home. He doesn't have time to get rid of the body. So he takes Karen's body and shoves her under the bed that Charlie and his wife sleep on. His wife comes in the apartment, doesn't think anything's wrong. They go to bed.
The sick perversion is stunning. His wife is completely unaware Karen's body lay just below them. When his wife left for work early in the morning, he got to work too.
He takes Karen Schlegel's body out from under the bed, along with her bag, her pocketbook. The first thing he does is he takes her up the roof, leaves her there, face up. Comes back down, cleans up the apartment a little bit, takes the bag, takes off and goes down to Lower Manhattan, to Murray Street, and he dumps the bag. Then he returns home, takes the dog for a walk.
What about the bizarre brand investigators found on Karen's back? It's actually from a card table.
The card table was under the bed where he stuffed her, and it impacted her back. And that's what caused the mark on her back. It was precisely the same geometrically, so it wasn't just some similar kind of mark. It was the mark of the killer.
Prosecutors charge Charles Yuckel with first-degree murder.
I could have gone in there with the gun and killed him because you have no, that's the first thought in your mind if this happens like this to a loved one in your family. People don't get that, but that's the first thing you want to do is kill him for what he did. That's how it feels.
When I realized that Charles Yuckel had killed Karen, I was shocked. It was such a terrible tragedy of someone who was so young, just at the beginning of their career, and just their life completely taken away by crazy circumstance. It was just really, really shocking, and it stayed with me my whole life.
Yuckel tries an insanity plea, but psychologists determine he is not crazy and knew exactly what he was doing. He changes his plea to guilty.
Charles Yuckel, at the conclusion of the case, was sentenced to life in prison, and he had a mandatory minimum of 15 years before he would be eligible for parole, because the death penalty was stricken at that time.
He never makes it to a parole hearing. Instead, Charles Yuckel finds another way out of prison.
He hung himself because he didn't think he would get out. It wasn't even remorse. He showed no remorse at all. It was just thinking about himself. He didn't think he would get out.
Charlie Yuckel went in and used the system. He taught piano, he taught voice in prison. He was the model prisoner. Somewhere along the line, he even convinced the shrinks that he was okay. And he was released before the minimum sentence, which was outrageous. Right back into society, right back into the city.
The world lost a sweet, good, kind girl. And it happened because of this justice system. And I bitterly resent what they did. And I know maybe they tried to do the best they could, but to me, that's no excuse.
The Karen Schlegel case, I find it terribly tragic to the extent that while she was trying to pursue her dream, it ultimately wound up leading to her death.
Karen's death really was a shudder through the community. The women that were cast in the film, many of them actually left the business or went on to do different things.
I think she would have made it as an actress. I do. I do, honestly. Karen, you were beautiful. You didn't even know it. You were talented. You were wonderful. You really should have known how wonderful you really were and how much of a loss all of us feel at your death.
This program contains graphic violence and sexual content. Viewer discretion is advised. Fame. It can transform a small-town dreamer into a superstar. Some people make it, and others die trying, their dreams interrupted. One young woman moves from the Arizona desert to the Hollywood hills to find glory on the silver screen.
She was all of the good things that would make a new actress get a part in a movie.
Young, thin, blonde, a little mysterious.
Action.
She had a world of talent.
She was very determined to follow her dreams.
But those dreams become nightmares.
You had bad guys who figured that they could find people who were looking to become famous and they could prey on them.
Jane was a very attractive-looking young lady. They saw her and she was a prime victim.
I was in shock, totally in shock.
Her rise to fame severed by real-life monsters.
These were pretty savage guys, a sociopath and a sexual predator.
And this actress is just one of many, many victims.
There was no end to how much havoc these guys could raise with a woman in Los Angeles.
I mean, it's an unbelievable, chilling confession. He goes, killed her, killed her, killed her.
For aspiring stars like Jane King, sometimes the pursuit of fame kills. Los Angeles, a city where your life can change in an instant. Fame and fortune are just an audition away. Every day, thousands of hopefuls land in Hollywood, ready to be discovered. But very few ever make it. 28-year-old Jane King is determined to give it her best shot. She grows up a normal, small-town girl in Arizona.
For fun, we went to the public swimming pools and hanging out with friends in the neighborhood.
Now in LA, she's getting serious about her future, working hard to be an actress, juggling part-time jobs and acting classes. She might not have the most reliable transportation, but she hopes that's just temporary until she makes it big. For Jane, stardom is less a question of if, but of when. No matter the obstacles, she won't give up.
She was capable of achieving that goal because of the way she looked, the way she talked, and the way that she presented herself. She was very professional.
She was an aspiring actress. Everyone thought that she had a world of talent, could have gone places.
Jane was very driven and ambitious. She was inspired to go ahead and pursue her dreams.
This particular fall, she's taking several acting courses, including one at Sherman Oaks College. Here, she meets budding filmmaker James Waite.
I met her on the first night of the class. I had gotten there a little bit early to get a good seat, and I walked up and asked if anybody was sitting with her. She said, "No, have a seat." She was very eloquent in the way she spoke. It was clear that she had been trying to achieve success for some years. She was all of the good things that would make a new actress get a part in a movie.
One day, a classmate at the Sherman Oaks class approaches. He explains he's also a talent scout for one of the major studios. She's got just the right look, and he wants her to come to their next casting session.
Trying to get a break in the business was very difficult. You almost had to know somebody to get an interview. There was no real front door where you could get a degree in film and be assured a job.
So this offer is huge. Maybe the beginning of a bright future. A few nights later, she's in another acting class, this time at the storied Scientology Celebrity Center in the heart of Hollywood.
There were a lot of people at the time in both music and film and TV who were Scientologists, and so the buzz would kind of be around town, you know, hey, go to the Celebrity Center, you might meet somebody, you might meet John Travolta, who knows, you could be in his movie.
After the session, some friends asked Jane to join them for a drink.
She said, "No, I'll pick the bus up here at the corner of Franklin." And if she didn't get the bus, she would hitchhike from there.
She wants to get home and get some beauty sleep. Maybe she can connect with that casting agent the next day, so she wants to make sure she's at her best. But Jane never makes it home that night.
The next day, the young man that she lived with went to Hollywood Division and made a missing persons report on Jane.
Just as Jane's star is about to rise, has it been snuffed out? Jane's pathway toward fame begins in Arizona. After her parents' divorce, her mother moves Jane and her younger sister Judy to the suburbs of LA. It's a huge change, but the girls quickly fall for Tinseltown.
My mother would take us on outings to the Hollywood area. We would go and look at the actresses, impressions on the sidewalk. I remember Marilyn Monroe, Elizabeth Taylor, Goldie Hawn, Carol Burnett.
Seeing those stars on the Walk of Fame, Jane knows what she wants to be when she grows up.
They're movie stars, and they were glamorous and beautiful. We were attracted because we wanted to have that kind of life.
So Jane begins building it. She starts with a little celebrity styling.
Jane and I were both fashion designers in our own right. We would design our own clothes, and we had fun with that.
Wanting to show off her creations, she hits the town.
We didn't have a vehicle. We hitchhiked. We were innocent teenagers. People weren't worried about it.
Hanging out with others who want to break into the LA music and movie scene, Jane keeps her focus. It's not about partying. It's about making the right connections.
I felt like she had a good head on her shoulders, and, you know, I wanted to be like her.
Some wannabe actresses slide into drugs and then, sadly, into prostitution when things don't go right.
A lot of the girls trying to get in the movie business get into the prostitution business. If you can't make it in the movie business, you gotta make it someplace else. And if you pick up a drug habit along the way, those that are struggling to do that might have to do it for a living.
Jane refuses to take that route. Smart and fun, she gains popularity in the LA social scene, her bright personality getting her into exclusive places. backstage at concerts, private parties, and fancy hotels.
We met a couple of rock groups. Eventually, she thought she was going to marry somebody that was in a rock band.
Rumor has it, Jane even catches Mick Jagger's eye.
She thought Mick Jagger was like her soulmate. She was just meant to be with Mick Jagger.
But she wants to be more than just a groupie. She'll start by trying to model, but her main goal is to be an actress, a Hollywood star.
Hollywood was something to be aspired to. When you were in a movie, people went and saw you and you were 30 feet high, man. You're on the silver screen.
Getting to the silver screen is a slow and expensive process.
Can you help me put this on?
She moves into a tiny Hollywood apartment with a roommate.
Thanks.
Jane works several jobs to pay for acting classes and maybe meet the right people.
She worked as a masseuse and restaurant work.
People who came to Hollywood to be actresses or directors or screenwriters, they all had day jobs. You've probably heard the story of the actress working as a waitress and got discovered.
Hi. Hey.
Her first industry jobs are as a print model.
She wanted to be a model really bad and got a good modeling job.
Right away, photographers notice she's a natural in front of the camera. She starts booking better and better gigs, though not everyone turns out so well. Several photographers try to pressure her to show some skin.
All right, now I need you to take a towel off. It was not a secret that there were bad things going on. It was something that you avoided if you weren't in the market for that kind of thing, and she wasn't.
She knew something about the ropes that, people go through because they want something so bad.
She will not let those things happen to her. But that doesn't keep her mom from worrying about her little girl on her own in the big city.
She worried about the seedy possibilities of the Hollywood industry.
It was quite obvious that you had to be careful when you were in Hollywood, because if you weren't careful, you could get into some really bad situations. You had bad guys who were attracted to Hollywood because they figured that they could find people who were looking to become famous, and they could prey on them.
28-year-old Jane King moves from small-town Arizona to big, bright Hollywood with dreams of becoming a famous actress like those she idolized when she was a kid. Goldie Hawn, Elizabeth Taylor, Marilyn Monroe. Like them, she hopes one day to have her own star on the Walk of Fame.
She was very determined to follow her dreams. She was encouraged to be a model and then on to acting.
Really, really good.
If you had the talent and you had the connections, you could become a big star. I mean, there were a lot of young people at that time that came up. It was big time. The Hollywood movie studios were making a ton of money. They were making movies left and right. Hollywood was a very glamorous thing to be in.
She likes the modeling work, and the camera loves her. But she's really hoping it will help launch her acting career. She's willing to start at the bottom and takes whatever role she can as an extra, no matter how B the picture is. After all, practice makes perfect. And aside from talent, the industry is also about making connections, meeting new people, getting yourself seen. Eventually, her hard work gets her an extra role in Up in Smoke with Cheech and Chong. Then, she's cast as a featured extra in the Academy Award-nominated film Looking for Mr. Goodbar, starring Diane Keaton and Tuesday Weld. Keaton and Weld are just the type of actress Jane wants to be. But her small successes don't translate to her pocketbook, and money's tight. In a city addicted to cars, she can't even afford to keep one running. Moving from the background to center stage would mean more cash, but it'll take more connections to get there. So Jane tries to expand her network. Like many hopeful stars in Hollywood, she turns to the Los Angeles Scientology Celebrity Center for help making the big time.
L. Ron Hubbard was the founder of it. He wrote many science fiction novels. He said, why don't I start a church and I will call it Scientology? And it became a very large organization in Los Angeles.
It had established enough of a reputation as a Hollywood cultural meeting place that people would actually get involved to network with Scientology people that had some success. You know, like John Travolta had it going on at the time, and he was kind of the big star of the moment. So it was quite the little nexus in Hollywood. You know, it's kind of cutting edge. It was something different.
The Scientology Celebrity Center also offers acting classes, and Jane signs up right away. Maybe this is the place to be discovered.
I remember Jane King standing in the lobby of the Celebrity Center. You know, she was young, thin, blonde, a little mysterious.
She thinks of every angle in terms of getting famous, right down to her name. Her birth name is Evelyn King, but she doesn't think it's got a star quality to it. She decides to go by her middle name, Jane. Jane King, she thinks, sounds like a celebrity. Determined to make it, no matter how much hard work it takes, she also enrolls in acting classes at Sherman Oaks College.
It's about the way you carry yourself, too.
For $40 or $50, you could go and take a 10-week class that was 3 hours long, one night a week. And they would have A-list actors teaching the acting classes. The A-list ones like Michael Douglas, Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro talked about his work in the movie Taxi Driver. The thing that was interesting is you got to sit there and listen to them talk, and then you could ask questions and they would answer your questions.
It's perfect for the always sociable Jane.
She just wanted to make connections with people in the business and see if she could get a job interview to get a acting job, either as a bit player or a character actress. She knew that because she had not had any experience, she wouldn't be able to get a job as the star of a big budget movie.
Her plan to network while learning seems to pay off when a classmate at the Sherman Oaks College course tells her about a casting possibility at one of the major studios.
Actually, if you can just go ahead and give me a call anytime you have a chance, we'd love to see you stop by.
He assures Jane she's got the look and the talent.
Bye, thank you.
James has a bad feeling about this guy.
I told her that she should avoid him at all costs. She continued to talk to him during the classes or in the hall after class.
It seems like everything is finally falling into place for Jane King. But one dark November night, after an acting class at the Scientology Celebrity Center, Jane says goodbye to her friends and goes to wait for a bus, and somehow vanishes. She doesn't return to her apartment that night. When she's not home by the following day, her roommate reports her missing to LAPD. He tells them he hasn't heard from her and doesn't know where she is. There's little the police can do. It's not illegal for an adult to just take off. Maybe with all that's been going on in her busy life, Jane just needs some time away. It's possible she's staying with a friend and forgot to tell her roommate. It happens all the time. As the days stretch on, friends and family grow more concerned, especially when she starts to miss class.
It seemed unusual that she wouldn't be there because she had come to every class so far, really was enjoying it, and I was kind of concerned that she wasn't there. It was a time where you had to look over your shoulder if you were out at night. There were a lot of bad things going on at that time.
Had Jane met someone and rushed off for a long weekend? Or had she been in the wrong place at the wrong time and someone grabbed her?
LA was a much different town than it is now. I mean, it wasn't a city, especially in the downtown area, where you wanted to be walking by yourself late at night.
Aspiring actress Jane King works hard to make it in LA, taking roles in films from B-movies to studio features, while studying the craft in 2 sets of classes, one at a local college, one at the Scientology Celebrity Center in the heart of Hollywood. But after class at the Celebrity Center one night, she tells friends she's going to the bus stop and disappears. Her roommate reports her missing the next day, but no one has heard from her since.
Family did not know what this girl was doing.
She just didn't show up for class. Jane didn't come the following week or the week after that and never did come back.
Did she simply run off on a new adventure after finally meeting someone who could help her really break into the business? She had been spending a lot of time at the Scientology Celebrity Center.
It was the kind of place where you could go and almost get some psychological counseling. Her goal was to get clear, which means to take all of the bad thoughts out of your mind so that you are now a whole person. Jane King got drawn into that, and she felt that by going through the auditing sessions, it made it easier for her to focus on the work that she was trying to do, which was go to auditions for acting jobs. And I think a lot of the actors like Tom Cruise probably got into it for the same reason.
It was a legitimate hope for anybody who came in there that they could meet Travolta or some of the people who were in Scientology or on camera who could bring them onto their television show and they'd get some work.
She believed that Scientology would help her overcome obstacles.
But Scientology has its detractors.
At the Celebrity Center, if something bad happened, it was because you were doing bad things. They called overt acts, which are another word for sins. The common assumption was, well, what was she doing that made her vulnerable to such evil? You know, it's really a twisted mentality.
During her constant networking, had she met the wrong person? Someone who would promise her fame, but hurt her instead. On the day before Thanksgiving, and 2 weeks since anyone heard from Jane, a road worker makes a shocking discovery.
An employee of the highway division saw her body laying in the off-ramp of the Golden State Freeway. She was nude and laying in bushes. And at that point, nothing was identifiable.
And the woman has clearly been there for a while.
Decomposition had set in. The coroner's estimate of death was probably 8 to 9 days.
Because the body has been there so long, officers can't determine the cause of death. But the crime scene does offer some clues.
This had to happen at night, obviously. You don't run around with nude bodies in your car and dump them in the daytime.
The location of the body also indicates the killer is no stranger to Los Angeles.
I mean, it was a pretty difficult trek to get there on foot, and but you had to know the side roads. So it was obvious whoever was doing this knew the area.
The coroner begins to piece together the young woman's last moments.
The autopsy confirms ligature marks, 5-point ligature marks, neck, wrist, and ankles.
She'd been bound and slowly strangled to death.
She was definitely sexually molested.
There are also indications the woman did not put up a fight.
If somebody is resisting, they're going to sustain injuries prior to death. There was none of that.
It means she may have known her attacker. Investigators compare the victim's dental records to those of women reported missing within the past few weeks and get a match. Jane King. The case of the missing young actress has just turned into a homicide investigation. Detectives break the devastating news to her family.
I could hardly believe it, that her life had been just wiped off the face of the earth. I was very, very distraught.
Friends from the Scientology Celebrity Center recall warnings they'd received there.
I took a class, it was an acting class, and Lucille Ball of I Love Lucy was the teacher. One of the things that she said during that class was when she came to Hollywood, young ladies would come on the bus or on the train, and many of them would be picked up by bad guys. She said that is something that young ladies should watch out for.
Now, one of their own has really been slain.
There's this young, bright, pretty person, friendly enough, and then boom, she's dead, grabbed in the dark, raped, body thrown away, what the hell is that?
She was an actress trying to get her first job. She was a good person. She didn't deserve what happened to her.
Who did these horrible things to Jane King? Investigators began digging into her life for answers.
That's part of the investigator's job, is to develop suspects from friends and acquaintances, boyfriends, lovers.
Given the evidence that she might have known her attacker, police start close to home. What about the roommate who first reported her missing? Maybe he was secretly obsessed with his beautiful roommate and attacked her. He could have filed the missing persons report to throw investigators off his trail. But a polygraph test clears him.
He was definitely not a suspect. Didn't even have a sexual relation with her that we could establish.
Police tried to retrace Jane's steps. She was last seen outside the Celebrity Center. Could someone from the Church of Scientology be involved? With new opportunities on the horizon, perhaps the budding young actress had decided to leave the controversial group.
I think Jane had a mind of her own, and she wanted to express her independence and get away from there. She realized that wasn't for her.
She had just left an acting class there. We did interview several people who were in that acting class at the Scientology Center, and none of those people had any reason to become focused of our investigation.
What about someone from the more dangerous corners of Jane's life, from her days with the bands?
We looked at the people that she hung around with, but none of them fit the bill of what we were looking for.
Every avenue of investigation leads detectives to a dead end. While police continue to plumb Jane's past for clues, they recall that another woman's body was found just days earlier. Could both women have fallen prey to the same predator?
You gotta make a conscious effort to be relaxing.
When she moves to Hollywood, Jane King wants nothing more than to work hard and achieve her dream of becoming an actress. But after she leaves acting class at the Church of Scientology Celebrity Center, she goes missing. Until her nude body is found dumped along the side of a freeway off-ramp in the Hollywood Hills. LAPD detectives have ruled out close friends and family as suspects. Had someone taken advantage of Jane's trusting nature?
She had a habit of accepting rides from strangers, and the police made a pretty big deal about that. In that era, people trusted a stranger to give you a ride sometime. It was very common for hitchhikers. It was very, very common to see young girls on the side of the road, even in the Hollywood area, you know, thumbing the ride and what have you.
Investigators also suspect Jane might not be this killer's only victim. The body of a young woman had been found displayed in a similar manner on a hillside days earlier.
She was nude and left in a bush area in the Highland Park area of Los Angeles. She was an art student who attended the College of Art and Design in Pasadena, California.
Marks on the body are just like Jane's.
You could see the 5-point ligature marks on her. The ligature mark around the neck, ligature marks about both wrists, and ligature marks around the ankles. That was one of the factors that started to connect the cases together.
Investigators check other unsolved cases and uncover a real-life horror story.
We got together with the Sheriff's Department and the Glendale Police Department and began viewing the evidence that they have, mainly the photographs of the victims. All the ligature marks were very prominent, and it indicated to us we've got a serial murder. The first victim, her body was placed nude in Forest Lawn area outside of Los Angeles. The second girl was abducted as her body was found in the LA County area. The third victim was found murdered and her body was dumped in the Glendale area.
The terrifying truth: Jane King was the fourth victim in a serial murder case. She'd sacrificed, struggled to make it as an actress, and she was on the rise, only to be slain like the others and dumped on the roadside.
Her body was not found till approximately 14 days later. In between that time, there were other victims,
including a fifth young woman, as well as two girls, one 14, the other just 12 years old. The girls were last seen getting off their school bus and approaching a car.
Somebody sexually assaulted these young girls, strangled them, and dumped their nude bodies in a trash heap off the Griffith Park area.
7 victims brutally murdered in less than a month, all left on Los Angeles hillsides.
That's when we got together and formed a task force and began investigating, quote unquote, the Hillside Strangler. To this day, I don't know who coined that phrase, and it just came out of the newspapers. Hillside Strangler strikes again. That's how it happened.
It was a major, major story. I mean, it seemed like the bodies were piling up and we just had no way of solving the crime. We had one reporter in particular who was assigned to the story every day. That's all he did. I mean, it was always the major story of the day.
It was on every TV program, every night, in the headlines of the LA Times. We had to actually change the frequency of plainclothes unit radios so the media wouldn't pick up the locations we were going for interviews. We had to get our own frequency separate from all the frequencies for the LA Police Department. Otherwise, we would find ourselves going to conduct an interview and the media would be there before us.
Jane King's horrified loved ones reel from the loss of the young actress with a bright future.
Jane King could have gotten a job in the movie business doing big budget movies eventually if she'd had the chance.
She had a beautiful heart and soul, and she was a light. She was a light into the world.
A light now snuffed out. Who is luring young women in Hollywood to their deaths?
A lot of the girls that came out here at that time to make it in the movies, were pretty vulnerable because, there were a lot of guys that were pseudo Hollywood agents, and they thought that, they had a line of gab. Hey, listen, if you come to me, I can set you up.
The fear was real. This was really happening in their town, and there were a lot of young girls getting murdered and their nude bodies being dumped around town. So young girls were in a panic.
Amidst the fear and the media circus, detectives look for any connection between their victims.
They were all very attractive women. They all had some kind of desire to be a star in Hollywood. And they all were seen one minute, and the next minute just gone, vanished.
Now, there were a lot of girls attracted to the fame and fortune of Hollywood. A lot of girls are trying to be actresses, work as waitresses, but a lot of them got into prostitution.
Not Jane King, of course, but several others who hadn't gone as far with their dreams.
We had 3 of our victims that were prostitutes.
Police have little to go on.
There was very few clues left behind. Where were the clothes? Where did he take them? Where did he kill them? I mean, this was something that had never really kind of happened in Los Angeles before.
Studying details of the crime scenes, investigators realize something that doubles the threat. This isn't the Hillside Strangler, but the Hillside Stranglers.
There were 2 men working this because it took 2 men to position the bodies in certain places. Some of the bodies had to be lifted and placed. One guy couldn't have done this alone.
A common trait among the victims' bodies gives police another good lead.
None of the victims had any defense wounds on their body. It's very unusual in assault or rape cases where a victim hasn't fought back. And that led us to believe that maybe we're dealing with a power of authority in some shape or form. We believed they may have been policemen.
A separate, very secret internal investigation launches to look into the terrifying possibility the killers might be LAPD. If Jane King had been approached by a cop after acting class, she surely would have gotten into the car with him. Then, on November 29th, just 6 days after the discovery of Jane's body, the Stranglers claim another victim. An 18-year-old kidnapped just outside her home.
Lauren was across the street from her house when they abducted her from her vehicle and took her back to Bono's house. There they tortured her and sexually assaulted her, raped her, and dumped her nude body on Cliff Drive in Highland Park area.
But this case is different.
There was a witness to this abduction. An elderly lady saw 2 men. She originally thought they were police officers.
It looked like a traffic stop. One of the men is tall and young with acne scars. The other is older and shorter with dark hair. Sadly, the description doesn't help prevent the 9th and 10th murders. Whoever killed actress Jane King just won't stop killing.
Forensic evidence was not quite as advanced. We didn't have DNA. If we had DNA at that time, I'm sure we could have saved a couple of girls' lives.
It was frustrating for everybody.
Then, investigators get a surprising phone call.
There was an actor in Los Angeles that claimed he was a Hillside Strangler.
The actor's a big guy who lives in the Hollywood Hills, where several of the victims' bodies were found. He also seems to know a lot about the murders.
They handcuffed him, brought him down, and we interviewed and talked to him and found out he didn't know anything about the murders.
The actor was smoking PCP when he called police and admits he hallucinated the whole thing.
There were a couple of nut jobs that would call police and would come in and say, hey, I know all about it. I did it. I was there. They'd ask a couple of pertinent questions. They say, nice try, but see you later.
Suddenly, the killings end and the investigation grinds to a halt.
There was always the apprehension that, where are they? Did they leave and are they killing somewhere else? I mean, there was somewhat of a little bit of a relief because the murders had stopped, but by the same token, you wanted some kind of finality to this. You wanted to know who.
Jane King's family is left twisting in the wind, desperate to know who killed the young actress. Arizona native Jane King comes to Hollywood with one plan: to be a star. She models, takes several acting classes, and scores some film roles. But after leaving the Scientology Celebrity Center one night, she vanishes. LAPD detectives discover she's one of 10 victims of a murderous duo called the Hillside Stranglers. It seems the rising actress's killers might never be caught. A year goes by. Then, 1,200 miles away, in Bellingham, Washington, 2 college girls go missing. A friend tells police the girls were last seen house-sitting for a security guard whose firm had been hired to watch the house. Police question the guard, who denies knowing either of the girls. He explains he was at a sheriff's reserve meeting the night they disappeared. Investigators put out an APB for the girls' car.
They found the car, and they found both of the girls dead and strangled in the back of the vehicle.
Police also find a piece of paper with the address of the place they were house-sitting and the name Ken written on it. The security guard who denied knowing the girls is named Ken Bianchi.
Forensic evidence, fingerprints, blood, everything connected Bianchi to the murder of those 2 girls.
He's arrested and charged with murder. As investigators build their case, they discover Bianchi recently moved to Washington from Southern California.
We were contacted by the Bellingham police, and they said, we got a guy from Los Angeles, and his name is Kenneth Bianchi, and his address is so-and-so.
The address is next door to the Hillside Stranglers' 6th victim.
The bells went off. Bang. We got a guy strangling 2 girls in Bellingham. We got a guy who lived next door to one of our victims in Los Angeles. And then it was easy connecting all the other dots.
Is this one of the men who murdered Jane King? Detective Grogan goes to interrogate Bianchi.
It's part of the worst things you have to do as a detective. Sometimes you gotta sleep with the devil. Sometimes you make a guy an offer. They wanted to execute Bianchi in the state of Washington. California didn't have a death penalty at that time, so in the offer we made, you come down and tell us what happened in Los Angeles, and we will get the state of Washington to waive the death penalty. So he cooperated with us and said his partner was Angelo Bono, and gave us all the background, their relationship, where he lived.
Angelo Bono is Bianchi's cousin.
One owner in a upholstery shop, and he seemed to be a solid citizen in Glendale and what have you, and then his cousin Bianchi, the big, suave, sophisticated type of ladies' man, It was quite stunning.
Bianchi says he and Bono abducted and assaulted all 10 victims together, including Jane King, but they took turns killing them. He murdered 5, Bono murdered 5.
Oh, hey, guys.
He says they tricked most of them into getting in their car by flashing a fake police badge.
I mean, it's an unbelievable, chilling confession. I mean, you see him, and he's looking at these pictures, and I remember one part in particular. He goes, killed her, killed her, killed her. No, didn't do her. Did her. No, didn't do her. Describing what he did And how he did it, and just the coldness of it, like matter of fact, like it was, you know, hey, I get up in the morning, I kill a woman, I strip her, I dump her on this hillside. It was just the matter of fact way in which he did it.
Hey, how are you?
According to Jane's weight, Bianchi met Jane King in acting class.
You're exactly what we're looking for down at the studio.
He tried to impress the beautiful actress by pretending to work for a big studio.
You too. Thank you. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Ken Bianchi had showed me a stack of stationery that said Paramount Pictures across the top, that he was going to fill it out in a way that the page would confirm that he was a casting agent working for Paramount Pictures.
Seriously, you just tell him that you're a casting agent, and you like give him this sheet of paper.
And he was going to use that introduction to get girls, whatever that meant. He told me that he was going to give it to Jane King. And I thought to myself, no, you're not. I went up to where Jane was sitting. I told her that she should not believe him, that she should avoid him at all costs. Whatever I told her just didn't sink in, I guess. And in retrospect, I should have made a much bigger deal of it than I did.
The murderous duo happened to be trolling for victims near the Scientology Celebrity Center the night Jane was at the bus stop there.
They drive by, and let's face it, Jane was a very attractive-looking young lady, and they saw her, and she was prime victim. So why don't you jump in the car and we'll give you a ride home? That was Bianchi's line. Now, once she's in the car, Bianchi strangled her. He didn't knock her unconscious at that time, but sufficiently enough to put handcuffs on her and took her to Bono's house.
At the house, they each raped her. Then, Bono suffocated her with a plastic bag and twine.
No, no!
This one still sticks with me, of how cold and callous a human being could be.
Angelo Bono is arrested in Los Angeles and charged with all 10 murders. Ken Bianchi testifies against Bono. He is charged with the 5 murders he confessed to and the 2 murders in Washington state. He tries again to escape his own punishment.
He said he was a dual personality. He claimed to be, his name wasn't Bianchi, his name was Dave, his name was Peter, his name was so-and-so. And he made all this crap up, obviously for defense. Well, some social workers believed him, actually believed that Kenny Bianchi was a dual personality, and Kenny didn't kill these girls, but the other part of him killed those girls. We brought a psychiatrist by the name of Dr. Orn in from Philadelphia, I believe he was from at the time, and it took him about an hour to prove that Kenny Bianchi was a fraud. He's not a dual personality. He's using that as an excuse for his behavior.
Angelo Bono dies of a heart attack in prison in 2002.
Bianchi is still sitting in Walla Walla, where he'll sit for the rest of his life. He gets 1 hour outdoors a week.
Jane King's loved ones are left to mourn and wonder what level of success the talented young woman could have achieved in Hollywood.
No, I wish I had a time machine. I could go back and, go find where Jane's living. Hey, come have a cup of coffee with me on that particular night. She's in a different place.
Their solace is knowing her tragic death might help others avoid a similar fate.
Look over your shoulder, be aware of your surroundings, and know that not everybody is what they say they are. Life is hard. You gotta watch out for yourself.
She's still a beacon, a warning beacon in a different way. Her light morphed into the warning light.